instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. That's destiny, that's will, that's striving, that's being a trailblazer, an explorer, going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty, its incredible detail. Tuning into it. Unlock your human potential. Defeat the globalists who want to shutter your mind, your doorways to perception. I want to see you truly live. I want to see you truly be who you are. I don't want my progeny who's coming, my unborn grandchildren and great-grandchildren, to live in this nightmare system these control freaks have created. That's why I don't care about my own life, except I want to continue to live to fight them. That's why I don't have fear. I only have fear of myself and my flesh and not being up to the challenge. And I ask you to look in the mirror and ask yourselves, what are you doing in this time of great challenge? What are you doing to unlock minds? Once you unlock a mind, once you unlock somebody, then they can unlock their soul.
All right, what's up? I don't know if I'm going to unlock your soul, but let's see if we can unlock some profits. Give me 1 second, actually. Okay. Oh wow, Rigetti's hard to borrow on on interactive. What the fuck? How'd that happen? That's crazy. I guess I can. I guess I could do something, but that's crazy.
Order partially filled.
Morning, Con. All right, what's going on? Most 15 minutes to the open. Palantir has traded 8 million shares, sub 100 now. It's sub 100. That's a big deal. Nvidia's up, surprisingly, despite the Microsoft news that they're canceling data centers. Well, that news was known weeks ago by most people. Tesla up a little bit. A company called UDR is down. This is a real estate trust. Didn't know them. Miner, Brookdale, Alibaba and Supermicro have traded a bit here, both down. Altice, Constellium, flattish. Nokia and Amicus, both up a tiny bit, have traded a bit. Corebridge Financial and Intel down a little bit. Inari Medical has traded a few million shares. Lucid Motors, only $3. Frontier Communications, Paragon 28, never heard of these guys. This is a surgical system. I should look at these guys. Very interesting. IQE, $2 a share, which really doesn't count. Gannett, old newspaper company, Rigetti and D-Wave have traded a good amount. And that's really it. For the gainers, Diginex. What the heck is Diginex? It's an ESG company with blockchain? Okay. we got to start this thing. Hold on one second. I gotta talk to my colleagues. All right, We Ride, Ambac Valneva, Turning Point Brands, Lincoln Educational Services, Gladstone Commercial, Hilton Grand Vacations, Northwest Bank Shares, LiveRamp, TMC, the metals company, Virtus Artificial Intelligence. That sounds nice and fake. The heck are these guys? Oh, this is a fund. This is like an open-ended fund or closed-end fund. Century Aluminum, Cummins Engine Company, Warrior Net Coal, Clearbridge Energy Midstream, Ryerson, Sun Country Airlines, local airline, I guess, Senseonics, Copper Company, some Chinese company, Freshpet, Fortrea Holdings, Lightspeed Commerce, Federal Agricultural, that's AGM, and my favorite, GH Research. Those guys have the DMT for depression. All right, so all the stocks are up between 5 to 12%. On the loser side, we got a lot more action. Target Hospitality, I used to follow the stock, down 47%. Western Digital, Kramer used to say Western Dig, down 24%, the hard drive company. Torrid Holdings, this is a plus-size apparel company, down quite a bit. Studio City, International, AutoZone, GDS Holdings, Origin Bank Corp, Cornerstone Total Return Fund, Gyre Therapeutics, Eris Water, Apollomics, Fresh Del Monte, the food company, Cornerstone Strategic, I think that's a REIT, VNet, Nextdoor, penny stock now, NPK Holdings, Net Power, Columbus McKinnon, Western Asset Inflation Linked Fund, that's another closed-end fund, Cormedics, Denali, Alavir, CNA Financial, Domino's. So those are the losers, all down between 5 and usually about 10%, but there's a few that are down a little more than that. All right, by value traded, Tesla's flipped $2 billion of stock. Berkshire and NVIDIA around $1 billion. Palantir's traded $750 million, down a bit on that. Alibaba's traded $500 million, also down quite a bit as some of last week's move reverses. Microsoft down 400 mil, has traded 400 mil. Apple a quarter bill. Apple said they'd invest $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years. Probably not CapEx though. UDR, this is the REIT. Supermicro traded around 200 million. Inari as well. Alphabet's traded around 200 million. Meta, MicroStrategy, Amazon, Alphabet, Altair Engineering around 100 millions traded. Marathon Petroleum, Fortinet, Coinbase, Corebridge Financial, Robinhood, all trade around 75 million. Corning, Frontier, Nike, and Broadcom. So pretty quiet day here. We watch the quantum computing stocks really closely. They appear to be down at the open. We also see some real weakness in meme coins, which we can short, like Fartcoin and Trump. There's rumors that there's an insolvency of Ox.Fun, which is some enemies of mine who I beefed with. So if Ox.Fun is insolvent, then, what can I say? In the future, I would suggest that you don't antagonize Martin Shkreli. That's just my advice. But,
Autofill.
That's how I feel about the matter. Yeah, I kind of think Hims is going to bounce. I mean, that's just me. Rest in peace to the ops. Lays is up. Yeah, that's a good short. QBTS, good short. QBTS is just fucking stupid. Their CEO is so happy that somebody cares about their stock. It's so transparent and hilarious.
Order filled.
I can't find a single person that thinks that their computers are useful.
Order filled.
Yeah, I mean, as IBVD approaches $1, it gets back to being pretty cheap. You know, went on a mega run. But it's a good buy now, I think.
Order partially filled.
But, you know, below $1, it's like a no-brainer. Especially, you know, COVID's not going away. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but COVID's really not going away. It's kind of going to live with us for a long time, and it's causing lots of hospitalization still. And, you know, after all the partisan bullshit dies down, you know, if you have a loved one, you know, father or mother or grandpa, grandma, maybe yourself, if you're older, you know, well, why take a chance? You know, just take the vaccine. You know, it's a no-brainer. And these guys aren't even a vaccine; they're a long-lived antibody, which is kind of pretty exciting, even better. Well, Moderna's got a big market cap. These guys don't. Oh, is Western Digital just a share split off? The stock's not down. IonQ had fake news. Well, even without the second COVID, I'm talking more about just IonQ didn't have any news. The same news last week. It's the same news as last week. If they. I like HIMS actually, so I think HIMS is along. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to where I put these things. Not necessarily. I'll try to group them as like shorts here, but I have SPY, Bitcoin. It's not always, you know, perfect. Yeah, we are working on letting you change the background colors. What price I would pay for HIMS and what price I would buy it are two different things. To buy out the company, it's hard to buy out growth companies and value them. We had a crazy guy just typing all kinds of crazy stuff in Godel last night. This will be an interesting market day. The weakness in quantum, again, makes me wonder, like, I think people may be giving up on these stocks. Baggies may kind of be done. Although, if you look at the volume, like here's the volume for Rigetti, you know, went on this downtrend. It sort of bottomed at 47 last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. And then, you know, it had a decent, you know, kind of almost like a rebound. So the volume is very persistent. Let's see if the same is true on IonQ. Yeah, sort of the same pattern. volume had been dropping. On Friday had like a very low day and then kind of back to normal. So, but with the price falling, I think there are definitely shareholders starting to question why they're in these stocks and giving up a bit. So, Paul, yeah, at some point I will. Sorry about that. Yeah, please don't scrape. Please don't scrape from Godel. We'll probably sell at API someday, but not soon. Yeah, I guess the Microsoft news would do that. That is interesting, anonymous. It's probably a good sign for shorts, but may not be too much to read into regardless. No, I like Admin.
Partially filled. Order filled.
Like I said, don't take the focus charts on the screen too seriously. Automated retail trading. So you're saying like automated trading for retail investors? Vine has dropped like 80% in meme coin world. I think Kathy's, investing attitude is just about like the most companies that are changing the world the most. And, I think the hard thing about that approach, it's not necessarily a bad idea, but the hard thing about that approach is that you have to take into account the probabilities of success of these companies are fairly low. And that when you do get a 10x or 100x, it still has to overcome all the losers that you bought. And, changing the world is not easy. So, so many of these companies will fail to actually change the world. And, as they fail to do so, they will go to zero and your portfolio looks ugly. So I think she's still sort of hoping some of these will be home runs. But, you do have to take losses too. And when there's a recession, you're really going to take huge losses and capital's not available for these companies. So you can't, I don't know if it makes sense just to be long every growth stock. It's not hard to know what stocks are like narrative stocks that you can just, buy as like memes. Because I think, many of them they're almost always, very expensive because many other investors have the same opinion. They want to buy the sexy companies that could go up 100x, but it's not always a smart thing to do. But obviously, if you can catch the wave of look like Nvidia or any of these other companies that just go up and up and up and up, it's a wonderful thing. I mean, you can almost try to write an algorithm that just buys stocks that are up the most.
Order filled.
And we call that momentum, by the way. There's plenty of momentum algorithms that the quant funds run, and there's trend following / momentum, and then there's also things like mean reversion. So mean reversion would lose money on stocks like that. All right, so we are open.
Order filled.
A lot of vol.
Order filled. Order partially filled.
Intel down, it was up a second ago. Or no, I was thinking of something else actually.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Let me see if I can make a big D-wave short. I think D-wave has gotten to be almost like a better short than...
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm not seeing options prices. I don't know. I don't know how to say Kamath, Chamath, whatever. He doesn't deserve me saying his name right. That's gotta mean. Is it Chamath? I looked at around 200 resumes. So if I didn't get back to you, sorry. Probably not going to work out. I'm mostly a fundamental guy.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
All right, we'll look at some stocks shortly. Just taking advantage of extreme volatility here in some of these quantum stocks.
Order filled.
A lot of back and forth moves, very useful for traders.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
When does D-Wave report? Does anybody know?
Order filled.
We have Nvidia, and I also need the Rigetti earnings date. You don't have too long to report
Order
Q4.
filled.
Like, you have to report it by March 15th, I want to say. Does anybody know the rules? You have to report like by a certain date. Otherwise, you're delinquent. Like, December was a while ago.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
No, D-Wave can't report on March 31st.
Order partially filled.
March 31st is way too long for Q1.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Just kind of look at when they reported it last year.
Order filled.
That is scary. Do they have a different fiscal year? No, they literally report like the latest possible time. How do they get to report a whole quarter after? It's kind of ridiculous. Well, their stock will probably
Order filled.
rise and fall on the basis of like the other quantum companies' results. And we start with IonQ this week.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Congratulations to my friend Dan, who's been appointed Deputy Director of the FBI. I'm going from being arrested by the FBI to having my buddy running the FBI in just 10 years. Crazy times. Is NVIDIA tomorrow? Or is NVIDIA Wednesday or Thursday? Yeah, it's just a funny. Yeah, I buy puts sometimes. Just a funny way that works, you know? One day you're getting arrested, one day you can call the head of the FBI whenever you want to catch up. And then you got cash. Yeah, my guy is the number 2. Cash is number 1. Okay, so Nvidia after the close is going to be pretty big. Wednesday after close is going to be a pretty big day. The EMT company is GHRS, GH Research. Does anybody out there have a 5090?
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, let's look at this one.
Order
Arbutus.
filled.
So much volatility.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, the request is for Arbutus, which is ABUS. Doesn't look like we have a model, so I'll make a brand new one for you. People watching at home, I'll go somewhat methodically so you can sort of see how I would look at Biotech. This was a Vivek stock, for what it's worth. I remember when he was in hedge funds, he liked this stock, if I'm not mistaken. So I look at the six key things for every single company, public, private, doesn't matter. So the first is the share price. You know, almost every company is sort of limited by shares. It's sort of divided by shares. Those shares represent the ownership in the company. So that's kind of the first thing to think about is what's the price? What's the price of those shares?
Order filled.
And if the company's public, you can look up the price on Godel, for example, or any other internet provider of quotes. If the company's private, what you usually want to do is look at what was the last time the shares traded hands and what price did they trade hands at. That's sort of the way we do it for that. Now, you might ask yourself, well, I think one of the biggest mistakes brand new rookies make, and you guys know this, is that anybody who, if you've ever even seen your uncle that doesn't know anything about stocks or your little brother, they look at the share price and they say, oh, that looks cheap. And, you know, we all know that that's a silly thing, because if you don't know how many shares there are, how do you know it's cheap? What if it's a $3 stock, but there's 10 trillion shares outstanding? That wouldn't be very cheap. Berkshire Hathaway is, you know, a very high stock price, but what if there was only 5 shares outstanding? Then maybe it's really cheap, even though it's a high price. So sometimes when people look at the share price, it's a pretty absurd thing to do. Some people do that. So anyway, on Godel, if you press the backtick button, which is the button to the left of your 1 on most keyboards, you can just type the ticker and hit enter. So I could just type in Merck, Lilly is down, oh, maybe it's up. Novo is up a little bit. Bristol Myers is up a little bit. So I just go really fast if I wanted to between every stock and, you know, just quickly go through all the biotech stocks. Arvinas is down a bit. If I could even do crypto, for example. Wow, Solana's getting killed. There's even things like the 10-year, and we're going to be adding all the international stocks soon. So anyway, you can see what the stock price is, but how do you see how many shares outstanding there are? Well, I would do CF for company filings and hit enter, and then I would go to the most recent 10Q, and you could use your keyboard to do that. And then on the first page of the 10Q is the number of shares outstanding. Now, this information is also on our DES function, but I like to read the 10Q. So there's 189 million shares outstanding. Yeah, we have OMON options. This is the options chain for HIMS. Options are getting an upgrade. The options functionality we have now is, we hired a guy just to do options. So if you close your chat, just type chat in the terminal, backtick, chat, enter, and chat will come up. So everything is terminal based. It's meant to make your day go faster as you're looking at hundreds of securities, hopefully, and not just staring at one. Okay, so we determined there are 189 million shares outstanding. That's what the 10Q said over here. Hopefully you can see that. There's 189 million shares outstanding. So, you know, it's a pizza pie with 189 million slices. Each slice is $3. The whole pizza is $650 million. That's what Arbutus Biopharma is worth, $650 million. Now, it gets a little more complicated because there's still cash they have. And, you know, to understand the enterprise value concept is you know, basically one of the most important concepts in all of finance. And if you don't understand it now, I'll try to go through it quickly. So if you pay, you know, this is a company, for example, with 9 shares, okay? We started a company. This is the Kanye West pharmaceutical company, and there's 9 shares. And I'm gonna make you know, these are my shares, okay? And these are Kanye's shares. So I own 4/9 of the company, and Ye owns 5/9. That make sense? Okay. So there's 9 shares outstanding. And we think the stock price is, you know, let's say $1 million a share. And we could reverse this as well. We could say there's 9 million shares outstanding, and the stock price is, say, $10. Maybe that is a little more common of a situation. Okay, so the market cap is 90 million. Now, let's say the company, you know, this is our balance sheet. And the cash in our company, which came from those original shares, is 40 million. And we have no debt. Well, yeah, we make nitrous. That's our main product. It's nitrous. Where did nitrous at? So we have 40 in cash, right? So if you were looking to buy the stock, you would say, well, the market cap's 90 million because there's 9 million shares and they're $10 each. And the cash is 40 million. So what is the company being valued at? And what is the cash being valued at? Well, the company's value is always indeterminate, right? It's like a Godel, uncertainty. You know, you don't know exactly what the company's worth. You never really will. But with cash, we do know what cash is worth. Cash is worth exactly what it says it's worth. There's no ambiguity that the cash is worth $40 million because that's what $40 million is worth. So therefore, the company or the enterprise must be worth what? Anybody know?
Order filled.
Yeah, 50 million. Very
Order
good.
partially filled.
This is get gooder mate. Get gooder mate. He got it. Because anybody would say, well, you got 40 million in cash, so whatever else you got cooking has to be worth 50 million. And we're cooking nitrous in this case. Now, what if the opposite was the case? Oops. Where we had 40 million in debt and we had, let's say, no cash. You know, how would we look at the value of the enterprise then? Well, debt is senior to equity, so debt has to get paid first. So if this company, one day we sold this company for $1 billion, we'd have to pay this debt first. And we'd have 960 left over, right? We would not have $1 billion because we'd have to pay this debt holder first. So the enterprise value, in this case, we added. So the enterprise value is 130 million because you're basically saying, well, if you have 40 in debt, that means the company has to be worth more than 90 million because you got to pay the 40. So at 130, you clean out the debt and the business itself is worth 130 because if it's trading for 90 and that includes the debt, then the enterprise must be worth 130. You're only going to get 90 of it because the 40 in debt has to get paid off. And so that's the idea of enterprise value. And I've done a lot of different videos on this. So if it's confusing or whatever, try to wrap your head around it because it's really, really, really important. And I've explained this on the internet about 1,000 times. You may not be able to find the videos, but other people have explained it too. So I don't think you're going to have too much of a problem finding a good explainer. But you know, if you don't understand enterprise value, you should just stop and whatever you're doing and just go understand that first. You know, don't even watch anything else. Okay, so how much cash does this company have? Well, it looks like they have 31 million, it says, in cash and cash equivalents. And then it says they have 95 million or 95.9 in investments in marketable securities. I include that in cash because marketable securities, typically, that's probably treasuries. And treasuries can be converted to cash right away. Okay? I'm not going to include accounts receivable or prepaids, but I will include, I'm not going to include property, plant, and equipment, but I will include this investments in marketable securities, non-current. So these are probably treasuries as well, but they're probably 2-year treasuries or 5-year treasuries or 10-year treasuries. So the total of the cash is 131. Okay. How about debt? Let's take a look. Accounts payable, that's not debt. License revenue, that's not debt. Lease liability, not debt. Liability related to future royalties, that might be debt. That's kind of close. It's only 5 million, so it's not going to make a big deal, even if we don't include it. So I'm going to say there's 0 in debt. So we're going to take the market cap and subtract the cash, and we see the enterprise value is 519 million, but the market cap 650. So this, you know, this is enough of a difference there that I'm glad we looked at the balance sheet. You know, you can imagine the huge mistake you can make if you don't look at the balance sheet and there's a huge asset in cash or there's a huge liability in debt and you missed it. That would be atrocious. I would fling you out of my office for being so foolish.
Order partially filled.
In any event, we got the market gyrating quite a bit here.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
You know, I'm loving it. Okay. All right. One thing I like to look at, especially for biotechs, is something called paid in capital. So basically, paid in capital is how much money is gone into the company. And accumulated deficit is another version of paid in capital. So this company has lost 1.3 billion over the course of its over the course of its existence, and it's had investors put in $1.5 billion. And so if you put in 1.5 and you have and you've spent 1.3, you should have around 100 something left, and that's roughly how much they have left. So that makes sense. And I just put the date of I'd like to put the date of whatever number I put just so I can see if it's stale or not stale. And then I kind of link it to the main sheet. So if you do this for 10 or 20 stocks, you should be able to cover or follow a sector very closely without skipping a beat if you follow my method. And this way you kind of have a linked sheet that has everything you need. You could even put what's the last day you looked at it. So you're almost like Doge in the government where you're saying, okay, well, I last looked at this on the 2/24, but if you go to another one, oh, I last looked at this thing on December 5th. Maybe I'm being a little lazy. I had to go make sure they didn't have any news or whatever, you know. Okay, QBTS down 10% since we, roughly 10% since we shorted it. Pretty wild there. I don't know if you guys see this, but this was a lucky bet for us. Lucky bet. Very lucky. We like being lucky. Was there any news? We can look at Novo later. Yeah, pretty wild to see the stock just drop like a rock like that. I'm happy to see it, of course. SPY down below 600, Bitcoin below 95, Palantir 92, wow. HIM's down another 10%, momentum is for sale. A lot of momentum for sale. Is it over? It might be over. We've been waiting for it to be over. We're just early. The West has fallen? Who said that? Billions must die. What are you talking about? Some weird stuff right there. Oh, MicroStrategy 285. Oh, buy Bitcoin. I'm a seller. I bought it, a seller bought it. My Satoshi. Yeah, good day to have some short exposure, right? Okay, so it looks like Arbitus is in the midst of a proxy fight. White Fort Capital is coming after Arbitus.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
You got a crash today? We got some serious punishment here. Rigetti just about to drop below 10. IonQ just about to drop below 30. We haven't seen levels like this in a minute. Will Shkreli be vindicated? Could it be?
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Well, Rigetti is hard to borrow now, which is frustrating.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Rigetti's trying to hold 10, like it's holding on for dear life.
Order filled.
Yeah, it feels like forever, Ultra. Feels like forever.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, so we're looking at Arbutus. We're just making some trades on Rigetti and IonQ. Got a lot of good vol here. You know, we burn theta with our strategy. So given that we're burning theta, you know, if we can trade around our short position, always being net short, but buying on dips and shorting on rallies, we can try to burn off some of that theta with some intraday profits. And that's the whole point of volatility, right? Yeah, I mean, I think IonQ will go to 10. I mean, it's really overvalued. Think about it. Okay, so this company sent a letter to Arbutus. We don't know anything about Arbutus. This is the first thing I see in my news sheet. I like HIMS. Just momentum is super for sale right now. So like, if Palantir's down, or HIMS is going to be down, doesn't matter what the fundamentals are. Palantir fundamentals are great. They're better than HIMS. But Palantir's down 10% because momentum is selling right now. Okay, Whitford Capital sends letter to Arbutus Board of Directors. Believes now is the logical time to pursue a license and collaboration agreement with strategic partner and explore all options for HBV portfolio. Well, I will tell you, as a former biopharma CEO, it is not easy to force a license collaboration agreement. Those big companies aren't sitting there waiting for your phone call. And, they don't just want to sit there and say, yes, let's, we have a big check waiting for you. I'm happy you called. Just not the way it works. So, I mean, I'm sure they mean more than that, but that's just the first thing that pops off in my head. It's very hard to force a third party to consent to a deal. They urge Arbutus to commit no dilutive equity issuances or ATM use for another year. They formally request a meeting with the board to ensure alignment of views on path forward. Okay, Whitefort, which is a long-term investor and third largest shareholder of Arbutus, with an ownership interest of around 7% of the company, today published a letter to the board outlining its views. Here's the letter. Whitefort is a significant holder of Arbutus, with 7% of the shares. In our public letter to fellow shareholders, this is another letter. How many letters are you going to write, guy? Hold on 1 second.
Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay.
Order filled.
In our public letter
Cancelled.
and reiterated in our private letter, we expressed our view, provided the data from the Improve I Phase 2A clinical trial remained confirmatory, the company would be well positioned to pursue an agreement or, with a strategic partner. Okay, whatever. Follow the confirmatory results, which reported that in cohort A1, 50% of patients achieved a functional cure. We believe the time has now come. Again, you can't force Gilead or Novartis to do a deal. I mean, they just don't work that way. They do deals on their time. They don't ask for permission. That's just the nature of biopharma. They tend to wait longer than you want. It is noteworthy that the share price did not react positively to the news and was down 5% in the following days. Phase 2 and 3 trials will be large, expensive, and complicated, so they should partner with a larger drug company. Again, not so easy. The company may have sufficient cash to pay for it. You'd be better off not doing it. Okay. Company filed a shelf registration. And a $100 million ATM. The number of shares outstanding has jumped more than 3.4 times. Jesus Christ. Arbutus has an economic stake in the patent infringement claims against Moderna and Pfizer, potentially representing value worth multiples of the company's current market cap. So basically these guys invented, or they say they invented, or they did invent liponanoparticles, which were the encapsulation technique for the COVID vaccines. So theoretically, Moderna and Pfizer has to pay these guys, $5 billion. Okay? So at 650 million market cap, that's not so bad. It ends up becoming, a huge amount of money if Pfizer has to pay just 1%. A judge might say, you infringed on this patent, you got to pay 1% of all the COVID vaccine you sold. Oh, holy shit, that's $2 billion, I think. So imagine they say 5%, So it's a very interesting kind of legal special situation. So there's a claim construction hearing. Basically, these guys just want the company to just wait, pursue the legal thing, and that's about it. All right, so this guy is it's 2014.
Order filled.
So I guess he had a fund at some point. This is the guy. He was short Portugal way back when. I'm reading this old article about him. Trying to get in this guy's head. Who is he? And if he was trading Portuguese debt, he's probably not a biopharma guy. Okay, what else do we need to know about this guy? He goes to fancy hedge fund banquets and fundraisers. See, this is the kind of life I don't live. Look at this guy. I could do this every night for the rest of my life. Just go to these fancy affairs. Do air kisses.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Got the air kisses.
Order filled.
I went to one of these a few months ago, and I swore to myself and my girlfriend never again. The worst part is I kind of get mobbed by people, which is annoying. How many of these does this guy go to? This is a different party. This is a totally different party. Whoa, you gotta be cool. Doing some spirit cooking? Okay, so this is his biggest investment, it looks like. He's got Roivant and Liquidia as well, so he's doing a bunch of biopharma. James Bond is there with the subtext. Yeah, that's the kind of party it is. Bond. James Bond. Okay, so Arbutus. Has Arbutus not put out a press release in the last 2 months? Doesn't look like it. Okay, Arbutus is a plant as well, but that's not what we're looking for. Okay, they did put out something on January 13th. I just want to make sure.
Ooh, we don't have it. That's not good. I will tell my team. Okay. You should see how I'm typing these emails out like Elon. Concerning. Please respond with action plan. Deeply concerning. Mr. Man, it depends on in FA. Yeah, we'll try to get that out faster. Okay, yeah, it sounds like he's doing legal investing. Well, what's funny, okay, so on the legal investing side, what's cool about this, and I think we should do this for Goodell, is imagine the judge comes out with a ruling, right? And it shows up on Pacer, and you're not looking at Pacer, you could have a whole hour or some shit before it hits the rest of the market to sell or buy. Yeah, we need to get that. We need to get that locked and loaded. But I'm on 1% of the profits. If I'm going to make that software for you, I'm on 1% of the profits. It could be a handshake deal, but I want 1%. Okay, let's read this press release. 2025 corporate update. This is like the JP Morgan press release. Phase 2B trial. Okay, so they have some drug that they're going to do a phase 2B trial in. Extensive virology expertise, which has gotten them nowhere. 250 million people have chronic Hep B, including me. What? If 250 million people have it, that means I don't have Hep B. That means 1 out of how many people are watching? That's 1 out of 30, right? So one of you guys is chronic Hep B. I know this. I know this. Tell me one of y'all doesn't have it. If 250 million people have it, I mean, think about it. It's like 3% of all people. Market's overvalued, man. We've been saying this for a while. You got Microsoft canceling data centers. Yeah, not so many in the US. Not so many in the US. Mostly an Asian thing. Look at this D-Wave. D-Wave is just dog shit.
Order filled.
Vaxxed at birth. Okay, so they have some drug. They're not even explaining what the drug is called. Okay, there it is. Imdusiran. Matty Fat Stacks. I don't know. So for Arvinas, I'm not sure what's going to happen, right? There's not that much data that you could really parse, it's going to do well or it's not going to do well. There's zero data. So the phase 3 is it's kind of a crapshoot. I mean, I kind of like it, but there's also a lot going on in that SERD world. Like, SERD is, there's a lot of SERDs. Vinecoin, so I don't know if you guys have seen Vinecoin, but people have gotten killed on Vinecoin, man. It's 3 cents. So I was talking shit, shorting it, I want to say in the 20s. It's 3 cents now. 3 cents. I mean, I gotta stunt on this. Hold on.
Order partially filled.
I got to short this.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, so this is the wonder drug that you're buying when you buy Arbutus, imdusiran. And they did a phase 2A trial for this. Hep B's been a tough nut to crack. A lot of companies have tried. I was in this one stock, Assembly, which did not go great. Made me a baggie. See if they're still around, actually. Where's my Godel? ASMB, yeah. Sad days. We're gonna have to look at them if we're gonna look at Arbutus, I think. I think Shiba Inu is a dead meme. Allah forgive me for saying this.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I explained it earlier. When you're burning theta as a strategy, you kind of want to take advantage of volatility, so you pay your theta bill if you can. Now, the flip side is that it's hard to take advantage of volatility. As the stock goes down, you naturally get more short, so covering is a little bit of a good strategy, especially if you get a rebound, then you can reshort and you avoid some of that theta that you lose. Yeah, Henry, I don't know what you know about securities law, but you can give financial advice, right? I can tell you don't put all your money in Vine, right? I can tell you that I like NVIDIA or I don't like NVIDIA. Maybe you can tell me why I can't say that. Only the dumbest people say that. This isn't financial advice. And nobody gives a fuck about you. Now, this is not financial advice. Man, I don't care what the fuck it's financial advice or not financial advice. You think the SEC is worried about your stupid ass?
Autofilled.
No, you can't share your opinion. Sharing your opinion is illegal. And anytime I see that shit, I just block the person. I know they're retarded.
Filled.
It's so easy.
Autofilled.
They're a licensed financial advisor now. Man. Come on, man.
Autofilled.
All right, let's keep reading. So they did this Improve I phase 2 study. Yeah, I gotta ask Elon for to remove all my bans. The problem is I'll just get them again. That's a nice try, Satan. Democrats won the last election and you're banned again. God damn it. That's all right, I got something for them. I got tricks up my sleeve. I'm gonna do some tricks on it. I think that the opinions are on my own thing kind of make sense if you're working at a big company, because you really don't want anybody accusing you of, you know, saying that you're representing your company's opinions. Nevertheless, like, if you're in a position where, like, you're a cashier at McDonald's, nobody's going to be confusing your opinions for McDonald's official stance on something unrelated to McDonald's. And if they are going to confuse it, then you might as well not say anything anyway. So it's definitely kind of stupid, I agree, but I sort of understand it at least. But the not financial advice thing is like, that's meant to protect somebody who could get in trouble for giving financial advice. Doesn't make sense, Henry. If you're receiving tricks, that's a good thing. And if you're getting that financial advice, that's a good thing too. So there's no free lunch. That's free arb.
Autofilled.
I don't think anybody should pay any attention to Nancy Pelosi. That's just such a stupid thing. It also, that tells me that somebody doesn't know what they're doing as well. Okay, so they did this study, Improve I. There's a bunch of RNAis being developed. Okay, BDACL, let's time him out for 5 minutes, please. Time out! Time out, buddy. All right, Team Mart, time out. 5 minutes, thank you. I don't know SMCI, I'll look into it a little bit. So Induceran, November 2024, AASLD. Okay, Frederick, time out, 5 minutes. Time out. What's up, Kara? I would follow great investors. Philippe Lafont, Chase Coleman, Balpo Seth Klarman, Robert Citron, any Tiger Cub, Viking, Lone Pine, Citadel, anybody that's made billions in the market is worth a follow. Soros. Time out.
Would you like to call me Mr.? Would you like to call me Dad? No, can I call you Mr. D's?
Mr. D's?
All right. I would have loved writing Chappelle Show. I would have been the best.
6 doses of imdusiran and 24 weeks of peg interferon alpha 2A or 2 alpha. Added to ongoing nucleotide therapy. What's a nucleotide therapy like? Baraclude? Functional cure rate of 3 out of 6 people. Mr. D's. D's not.
Right.
So that's hepatitis B, antigen negative. No, that's okay. That's 3 out of 6 were antigen negative. And then 3 out of 12 overall.
Okay. I mean, is this data impressive? Okay, they add low-dose nivolumab. Interesting. And then Barinthus Biotherapeutics. The fuck are these guys?
Barinthus. Oh, these guys are public. Never heard of these guys. Assumed they were some hotshot private, but they're some random penny stock. AB101 is an oral PD-L1 inhibitor. Wait, that's kind of interesting.
An oral PD-1 inhibitor? Word?
Autofilled.
Okay, so the trial for Moderna is September. That's not too far away. So only 7 months. Exciting.
Autofilled.
I like that. Oh, I would love it if Moderna had to fork over like $3 billion. Ooh, I would love it.
I'm a value investor, I think. Solana's 152.81. It's not an oral mAb. I mean, there are oral PD-L1 inhibitors.
Autofilled.
There's a crystal structure. You can inhibit it. It is a protein-protein interaction, isn't it? So 6 to 8B? Damn! Bankrupt Moderna, let's go. I mean, Moderna can't afford it. Pfizer can afford it. I'm not sure Moderna can afford that shit. I'm loving it. Are you long this 827? This could be interesting. Now the problem is my emotions are getting the best of me. I just want to see Moderna lose. That was long-standing beef with the company. But you know, that's neither here nor there. Oh wow, Target Hospitality had the government's canceled their contract. Target always had pretty low margins, so the government has to find new group to do their food. But I guess they're going to need less food if there's less people working there. What? Bankruptcy candidate? Damn. Yeah, Pfizer can cut a check for $3 billion, $2 billion, whatever. And then they just press Moderna. Press them worse than Inwood on the one train. That's Shkreli in a ski mask. Give me that money. Are you Martin Shkreli? Shut up! I thought you were rich. Give me your money. Shkreli, I'm a big fan. Shut up! It's not me. It's not me. I watch your webcast every day. I mean, if it's 3 a.m. and you want to make some money in New York, that's one way to do it. You know, just hop on the train, get a little ski mask. There's no police here. I'll give you a free stock pick with the mugging. Yeah, I need to get to the bottom of it, Johnny. It's a good question. I don't think there's a chance in hell ABXL gets approved. That's like the Vince McMahon walkout song. No chance. That's what you got. No chance in hell. So these guys are burning a lot of cash. I could see why the activist doesn't like that. Stop fucking spending my money. Stop spending my money. Okay, so it sort of all boils down to this lawsuit. And I don't know, I really don't know if, I don't know the claims of the case, right? Like legal cases, you really have to get into the head of the judge. How does the judge think about these things? And it's, a lot of times it's a crapshoot. Now, sometimes they telegraph it pretty clearly too. ABXL is a decision, not a data. Data is already out. They're not running any trials. I think there is a difference in US versus Europe investors, how they look at stocks. Yeah. Not too different. I think IonQ will disappoint on guidance. I mean, they've already told us the quarter was good. Yeah, the whole EMA clock I've never really mastered, which is kind of embarrassing because I'm supposed to be a elite biopharma investor. But that's never been my...
Order filled.
AMC? Are you joking? Are there still AMC baggies? No way, right? From 300 to 3. Don't worry. If it goes up 100x, you'll break even. 8 strong together.
Order filled.
Oh no, there's no way there's an AMC subreddit. I want to get my... Maybe I'm banned from it. Let me see if I can get into my Reddit. Okay. Let's see if there's... Okay, I'm a part of some Reddit communities, oh boy, that are not really safe for work. If you saw what's going on my other screen, that would not be great. Okay, AMC. This is the AMC stock. Oh, they're really in on this short. They're really interested in this short stuff. Market manipulation is prohibited. The fuck you think you're gonna manipulate? 10 shares moves the stock 5%. Yeah, pre-market. Doesn't fucking make any sense. If I can save just one baggie, I've done my job. Just one bag holder.
Order filled.
Yeah, Home Depot's going to be big.
Order filled.
Hims is after the close tonight? Oh boy.
Oh boy. Looks like Rigetti's dropping below 10. Who's ready for that?
Order filled.
Well, this is spooky. This shit is spooky.
Okay, I mean, we'll do some work on the lawsuit, but Arbutus is definitely interesting.
People want to look at ATYR, Neuron, MXL. It's max linear. This is a interesting.
Yeah, we all got out of check. Oh, Bitcoin 94K. It's Citrone, Citrone. Yeah, I mean, you could follow any articles that come out, any 13F filings, you know. You got to figure out a way to do it. Market can drop a lot further. There's nothing that says the market can't go down way more. If you're nervous about that, you got to get some shorts.
Whew.
Order partially filled.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue how Chegg's earnings went, so we're gonna maybe react after the fact, but I'm not gonna do anything into the earnings, and who knows what'll happen. No, I kicked the Palantir out a while ago. I wish I stayed in it. Even it's up even after this big decline.
Order filled. Order partially filled.
Look at how much D-Wave is down. Unbelievable, huh? What a trade. It caused so much pain for a while. Now it's just getting slaughtered.
Order filled.
Okay, yeah, let's look at Coupang. That's a good one. I don't know much about these guys, and it's a pretty big company, so let's just... Isn't this it's a Korean thing, if I'm not mistaken? Okay, so we'll look at Coupang. A Stark 5-minute timeout. Timeout. So billion some odd shares. Coupang. 24 large stocks. So this is a big company. Almost 2 billion shares, actually. Let me change the Chiron. I hate that term. Korean Amazon. Yeah, retention is pretty common in most of these, but I mean, I do think AI, changes the tutor game a little bit, but people use Shed for lots of things. All right, so almost a 50 billion market cap. Really big company, 44 billion. Yeah, we're not really making any AI apps. Godel doesn't have too much AI in it just yet. NVIDIA, the rumor that Microsoft is canceling data center contracts, even though there was a lot of bullishness on CapEx, talk is cheap, and those numbers can change at any time. Having said that, there's a pretty smart guy out there saying that NVIDIA is going to double revenues next year, which is way above where Wall Street's at. So you just have to ask yourself what's going to happen. I mean, it's very hard to decide. You have XAI out there basically saying the more chips you buy, the better the product you get. Okay? So who's left as a customer? You've got OpenAI, right? They're gonna be a multi-billion-dollar customer with Microsoft. You got X. He's raising another 10 billion, rumor has it, to buy more chips. Could be raising another 20 billion, right? We just don't know. Amazon and Anthropic, although I think Amazon's pretty cheap, so Anthropic's going to have to raise a lot more if they're going to really compete. So now, who's left? How many more companies are going to really sink in 10, 20 billion plus into CapEx? Google's out there, but Google's also got TPUs. So it's hard to find. I mean, Meta's out there buying these things. There's not that many companies left, man, who can really buy a ton of GPUs. There's not that much cash raised. All these guys raised cash already. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of the problems with growth is that the job gets bigger and bigger as time goes on. And you just can't grow forever. I think companies like Figure will buy GPUs and Tesla. Yeah, there's a couple of other buyers. But yeah, there's also the possibility of making your own chips. It's tough. If I'm in NVIDIA sales right now, there's only so much money these companies have raised, and it all goes to GPUs. So I think demand is really great, don't get me wrong, but yeah, exactly, Pugna. I'm scared to ask what Pugna means. But yeah, Pugna Enjoyer's right. Like, these machines aren't a whole lot better. Yeah. Definitely a little worrisome. I do think like there's a couple of companies that have thrown their hat down and said, we're going to go the distance. XAI, OpenAI, I guess AWS Anthropic or Google Anthropic. And it's just like, we're going to spend as much money as possible. We don't give a crap. Like, we want as many machines as possible. We can never have enough machines. And, that's fine, but even those companies are somewhat capital constrained. Microsoft OpenAI isn't really, but there's still a limit. And NVIDIA revenue has grown quite a lot, so the gap to fill is just really big. I think DeepSeek doesn't help at all. So, yeah. Again, NVIDIA might have a very good quarter and give very good guidance. So just keep that in mind. Like, there's nothing that is stopping that from happening. Really don't, just I'm giving you something to think about. I'm not necessarily saying go out and sell this immediately. My allergies are so bad. Okay, yeah, so it looks like retail margins here. For Coupang. Really, really small margins. But high growth. %27 revenue growth year over year last quarter. Not bad. Apex, no. That's probably a crime, buddy. Might do this quick call. Godel is growing so fast I have to take a lot of calls and do a lot of stuff outside of stock analysis. I'm not sure if Blackwell had any big delays. That might be a meme, but that would mean they had a pretty bad quarter if that was true. But, you know, they could be pent-up demand and guidance
Order
will
filled.
be fine.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 cancelled. Order filled.
Hey guys.
It honestly doesn't matter to me that much if I get a pardon or not. I'd rather my ex-lawyer get a pardon. That guy really did nothing wrong at all. So if I talk to some administration people, I'd rather mention him than me. What a good guy, huh? No. Like I said, I'm less concerned with myself. Yeah, I'm more concerned with Evan. I mean, he really did absolutely nothing wrong other than represent me as a lawyer. I still believe I did nothing wrong. He got indicted. He got 18 months, but yeah, it was really unfair. I mean, I'm not saying that I haven't done stupid things before, but I don't think I've done illegal things before. And sometimes there's not much of a difference.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Basically, the reason the guy was indicted was you could rely on advice of counsel as a defense to a crime. You say, I'm just doing what my lawyer told me to. But there's an exception called the crime fraud exception, where they basically say, okay, you listen to your lawyer, but you and your lawyer conspired to be criminals. And it's like, what the fuck? That's the way they get around that. I actually almost never met face-to-face with my attorney because I was busy. I was on the phone. Working my butt off building one of the fastest growing drug companies of all time. But, it is what it is, man.
I don't let a hater get me down. Okay, so Coupang has some cash flow. $1 billion here, $2 billion last year. PP&E, 665 and 662. So 54 times earnings with that kind of growth. I'd like to see what the business is in more detail, but my first inclination is long. They didn't even subpoena him. They just barged in his house and arrested him. I don't believe in gamma squeeze as much as others do. I don't believe it's fake. I think it's real, but I try to stick to the fundamentals and the values. You know, market shenanigans are. Yeah, I'm sort of wondering how big the South Korean market is in the first place. FTF. That was funny. My prosecutor was trying to get me in more trouble because I was using the jail email to like talk shit, and of course they get to read the jail email, which is totally unfair. And she was like, "This woman, I have nothing nice to say about her." She was like, Your Honor, he wrote, "Fuck the feds." I was like, she was so upset. My judge is pretty smart. She must have been like, well, if you were locked the fuck up, what would you say? I love the feds. Good work ethic. It means you take your career very seriously and you put it ahead of frivolities, frivolous nonsense. Yeah, it's really funny. If you go to jail, you can use the email system, but the people who put you there are reading your emails. Yeah, we fucked with Akon. Yeah, not like crazy. I think I was like at peak like deep state, you know, and well, I think the deep state peaked a few years after I got arrested, but the media, I was at peak media. So like media a few years after had already sort of fallen. I was like the top of the media, but like the media was still like, we can ruin your life. And I'm like, no, you can't. Get the fuck out of here. And they're like, he's laughing at us. No, BuzzFeed, we're serious business. So they're like, You know what? I'm going to write an article. And then he said, lick my balls. And then the prosecutor's like, oh my God, we gotta get this guy. That's latent misogyny. That's my Karen voice, by the way. Excuse me, I'm a journalist. I will write an article about you. HuffPo was the best. I used to say the craziest shit to HuffPo. Yeah, if you don't answer their questions the way they want you to, you're harassing them. This is harassment. No, harassment is you asking me this random shit. It's Elizabeth Warren. They all work for Elizabeth Warren, or they want to. So like when Elizabeth Warren wants an article written, they write it for her. All it takes is a phone call. They're like, yes, Miss Warren, we're on it. We're on the case. And Bloomberg does a lot of those, by the way. Bloomberg, the software is great, but Bloomberg News, man. They're as liberal as it gets. I like this stock a lot, actually. Growth is insane. I mean, if you think about the market cap, let's see, what's the South Korea's GDP is like $1 trillion, one, maybe two. Yeah, I think it's exciting. Probably get a double out of Coupang pretty easily. I disagree with Elon on a lot of things. You know, I still admire the guy. I can still glaze. But I mean, you know, everybody's got to do their own thing, man. I don't worry about him. He doesn't worry about me. I will say he said some nice things about me to a mutual friend. Coupang is this week, huh? Interesting.
Order filled. Order filled.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work I don't want to do. I'm kidding.
Order filled.
Not sure I believe that, but maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Interesting. Coin market cap gets a huge amount of visits. This is a traffic site. What's up, Harrison? I mean, Buffett's going to do what Buffett's always done, right? Yeah, the North Korea hack is sort of creating a lot of weird effects. I'm really curious if Ox.fun is
partially filled.
solvent or not. Was that
Order filled.
just a meme or? Really funny. I kind of like that.
Sorry, I'm doom scrolling. Yeah, I mean, I mostly just trade on vibes. Like, I'm not really trying to
Order
like.
partially filled.
Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong, but I'm not like sitting there trying to think about, entry and exit like really meticulously. Some people are good at that. I'm just not good at it. I just.
Order partially filled.
Anybody ever use investing.com? Yahoo Finance has really fallen off. It used to be like number 1. It's number 10 now. Kind of wild.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Trade. I love that. TRADOOR. Yeah, their global quotes are really good, RS. I agree with that. I haven't used it in years, but last I used it, the global quotes were pretty good. All right. What else do I have to get done right now? Oh, yeah. Oh, they do DCFs? I'd like to see that. Interesting. Yeah, we're going to do something like that pretty soon. Oh, man. Fusion Media. Okay. This is a division of Univision. I'll make a deal. You give me investing.com. I give you this canister of galaxy gas. I don't know anything about Reddit, man. Sorry. Really not that current. Okay, so it's a kind of like a busy, a lot of ads, a lot of like slop, AI generated stock images. It's kind of cringe. It's the pro version's very different. Yeah, this is kind of cringe. What is this? Okay. I'm ready to discover the benefits. I'm ready to pay. Let me get started. What the fuck is this? This is cringe. What the fuck is this? That's it? There's like 3 things you could do? Meh. Fuck out my face. Man, get the fuck out my face, man. I mean, it's like these people never heard of Bloomberg. It's hilarious. Everyone's like, I'm gonna make a SaaS website. You think traders want a fucking SaaS website, you retards? Okay, now I'm giving away the secret sauce, but they still won't listen because they're too SaaSified. Like, well, I just came from a SaaS company, so I'll make a SaaS dashboard real quick. On Bloomberg, it's like, yeah, I'm going to need you to sign in 63 times today with the biometric tool. Just to make sure it's you, you know? There's nothing to do with us being cheapskates, not wanting you to share the terminal. We just want to, you know, just want to make sure it's you. You know, Slender Man might have stolen your terminal, you know? Charlie, I don't know. DES maybe? Yeah, Shadow, it's coming. We just wrote a big check to a data provider for that. You might need to get entitled, like your, from Goldman or Morgan Stanley. They might actually have to, like, entitle you to the estimates. Yeah, I think IB is not as big as people think it is, but we'll see. We're going to try to make our chat a lot easier to use. No, not too many Canadian stocks in my list. Easy season approaching. You guys know who that is? What song that is? Easy season approaching. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Elementaire Gestalt. That's just a fun company name to say. You want to be looking at that stock just to say it.
Filled. Order filled.
Okay, Economic Times. I think this is an Indian. These guys are Indian. Any Indians in the house?
This is the Nifty 50. All Indian.
All Indian.
Ever read Economic Times? Just give me a moment.
Oh, I should probably rename this file from master to something else. Master is often seen as a not very good thing to name a file. Hims actually went green. That's crazy. Let's go. Has anybody heard of coinmaster.com? I really wouldn't want to own investors.com when, well, hold on. Investing.com is different. I take it back. Amazon Pharmacy is definitely a HIMSS competitor. Absolutely. This man's trying to gamble. Gamble, gamble.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Listen, I'm just in my jihad against quantum computing. At this point, it's just a full-blown holy war.
Order filled.
I will convert to Islam. I don't care. Do you really care? Right? If it means winning? Like, who gives a crap, right? What do you guys think?
Allahu Akbar!
Order filled.
Allahu Akbar! How, Sway? How, Sway? How, Sway?
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Order filled.
Wallahi, quantum computing will fall, inshallah.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Favorite wine? I don't know. I don't want to drink anymore, honestly. When we're ready to introduce our product to the masses, we will. Hopefully that comes sooner than later. Haram.
I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper.
No, I think we need more foreign stocks, and then we need a little bit more stability. We need these earnings estimates things we're doing. We need futures. We need commodities. We need a better plan for bonds. Like, I don't want to introduce this platform to the world until it's really ready. Plus, you know, some people know about it. It's not like it's a total secret. Yeah, exactly, Shadowlock. Oh, it's gonna cost a lot. I'm gonna raise the price. That's why I stopped advertising it, because I might even stop streaming, because we got a lot of users now, and the price thing we have is that you lock in your price for life. I really don't want more users doing that. So I no longer write on the screen, as you can see, go to L terminal. There's nothing on the screen telling you about it. And I think I'm gonna probably keep it that way, and then probably want to like just stop streaming too and work on the product. Because a big part of the streaming is for me just to maintain visibility on the product. So yeah. Yeah, we don't want brokies using our software. We want you to pay a lot of money. I mean, it's still going to be a lot cheaper than Bloomberg, but I mean, I'm still going to trade, and I'll do like the really big ones are like the biotech failures. Like, I think in Q2 there's going to be some biotechs we can make a lot of money on. No, I'm just sort of saying like our growth is so good that I almost like don't need to stream. And that was like a big thing for me to drive growth. And like, I'm not saying I want it to slow down. Nobody wants their growth to slow down, but
it costs us a lot of money to get all this data. And the more users we get that lock into this price, it doesn't really help us, I guess. Because like our newest bill to pay for all the data is like ginormous. We have to add the data to the platform, but like now I know why Bloomberg's $2,000 a month or $2,500 a month. Like I think realistically it should be at least 100 a month for us, and it's probably going to grow past that. But I also want you to not pay for things that you're not going to use. So if you're never going to look at Japanese stocks, why would you pay for, it doesn't make sense for you to pay for Japanese data. But if you do look at Japanese stocks, we got to pay a Japanese bill. So there's kind of and maybe your bill should go from 100 to 150, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Uninformed. I think that's the way it should go. And maybe if you're an institution, you have to pay like some minimum price or something. I don't know. But like, if you're never going to look at a bond, you're never going to look at a commodity, you're never going to look at European news, it kind of makes sense to. Yeah, we're onboarding a whole bunch of these guys, Shanmuka, all the usual suspects. Yeah, lifetime for 60, but if you miss your bill, if your credit card doesn't work, it is so over. I don't care what the excuse is. If you miss that bill by one day, ooh, you're starting from zero again. Yeah, you'd be surprised, Shadowlock. Like in the institutional world, I think the $2,500 price, if it was closer to 1,000, I think Bloomberg would have double the users. But obviously that elasticity would actually mean lower revenue for them. And then the other thing I'd say is for every $2,500 Bloomberg, you're adding like a good $200-300 of data costs typically. That doesn't come with data. So if you want real-time data, you got to pay for that separately. So a bunch of the Bloomberg costs are their platform, news, stuff like that. And yeah. No, it doesn't suck. It's good for me. It's good. We did it just right. That's why I think we're going to end the $60 thing very soon. Because I really don't like the idea of like spending more on data than the revenue, right? Like that's not good. I think we're going to do DMA through API. I don't think we're going to do our own brokerage or anything. But eventually I think it's a good idea over time. No rush. Yeah, I think we're going to end the capped costs. But maybe around a certain user number, like we just end it. But if I didn't raise prices, it wouldn't be me, baby. Come on, you know me. You know me. You think I'm going to keep prices flat? Fuck out of here. Pricing power is the heart of business. Warren Buffett told me that. You don't have pricing power, you don't have shit. The government wants you to take your pricing power away. That's that populist shit. Even Republicans say that shit. Yeah, I see you, you fake-ass Republicans. Oh yeah, we can't let them raise price too much. Man, I thought this was America. It's my product. I'll sell for how much I want. I thought this was America. Yeah, it's a business cost for sure. But look, nobody wants to spend more money on business costs than they have to. But yeah, I think we want to add like teams and stuff like that so you can sign up. Sign up all your coworkers. Remember the Aflac commercials? Do they still do those on TV? I miss that duck. I think we can stay private. I mean, I don't see why we would need to do. Fintech gets very profitable very quickly. And VCs don't really understand fintech. It's kind of hilarious. Which I'm fine with. Fuck these VCs anyway. VCs think like they're the only place you can get capital. My man. My favorite is when a VC says no to us, but they reached out to us. And I'm like, look, man, don't waste my time. They're like, oh, we won't waste your time. We're really interested. And they're like, yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't get there. I'm like, just shut up, dude. I don't want to hear your fucking dumbass reason for not investing. Let me explain why I'm a retard. Hold on a second. You want to hear this? I mean, I understand the VCs have a hard job. You know, they have to they basically have to get one huge hit. And it's hard. And if they don't get one or two huge hits, it's over. I just think it's funny when they think like they're the only game in town and there's like hundreds of ways to raise money. You just have to be a little creative. I hate it when like entrepreneurs are like, yeah, we ran out of money. The VCs wouldn't continue to back us. And they're just like, they don't care. It's like, bro, I'm gonna die before the company fails. I'm gonna be on the floor. Dead. That's what I do. But like, there's no passion. There's no heart. There's no energy. Like, you need to be able to This video explains it all, okay?
There is no passion, there is no vision, there is no aggression, there is no fucking mindset in this football club. Nothing is there. What the? There is no passion, there is no vision, there is no aggression, there is no fucking mindset in this football club. Nothing is there. What the?
I gotta change the football club part to like in this management team or in this company or something like that.
There is no passion, there is no vision, there is no aggression, there is no fucking
in this hedge fund.
In this football club. Nothing.
In this hedge fund. In this mutual fund. in this brokerage firm.
There is no passion, there is no vision, there is no aggression, there is no fucking mindset in this football club. Nothing is there. What the?
Order filled. Order partially
But
filled.
yeah, that's how a lot of startup guys are. They're like, oh, the VC doesn't want to give us more money. It's over. It's like, bruh, the fuck up, out of your fucking seat. Go fucking find some money. Why don't you take that salary you fucking have and put some of that in there? No, I can't do that. I gotta pay for my yoga. I have to eat at Whole Foods. I have to have this big loft so people think I'm somebody. Man, I hate entrepreneurs like that. They don't even deserve to be called entrepreneurs. There's too many founders. When I first heard that term, by the way, founders, so what the fuck are you guys talking about? Builders? What the fuck? You got drywall, bitch? Builders? Builders? Founders? What the fuck are you founding? You're an entrepreneur, man. Get to work. You know, I want to network with other builders. I will smack you in the face if you say that to me. I'll say, okay, sure, let's not work. TMC? I don't know TMC at all. The metals company? I just see it every day on the most list. I'm just trying to look at some other companies I haven't looked at in a while. I want to make sure Godell's got all the data we need. A lot of stuff. Yeah, you're welcome, Marco. I appreciate your business. I still do. Even if I'm getting screwed. I'm a founder. It's like, what do you fucking think? You're founding JP Morgan? What? Man, you start a business, it's 3 of you. You ain't got no revenue. I'm a founder. Oh shit, my homie's here. Can you guys hear me? I'm muted? Good. We got a VIP coming over the office. I'm gonna order some. What should I order? Let me actually tell somebody here to order something. Summit and Pfizer? Sure. Did they do like a supply agreement? This was on the 24th, which is today, granted. Okay, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean, they're basically just doing combination studies. There's no... By doing clinical trials together, Pfizer is hoping that they can get some of their drugs kind of like
autofill.
I guess like part of a treatment regimen that works really well.
Order partially filled.
So like if that's going to be the next big drug, you want to combine your drug with their drug so that doctors say, oh yeah, this plus this is really good. Yeah, we should order McDonald's. Nice McDonald's spread.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Just a famous CEO.
Order filled.
He's not that famous. He's famous to us. We like him. Him's up. Yeah, I mean, anybody, as long as the capital's there and they have real capital.
The problem is a lot of these guys don't have the capital they say they do. Some for them.
But if it's a $5 billion fund incubating you, you're in good shape. You know, you just have to take the credibility of your incubator seriously. I fuck with CoffeeZilla. I don't know if I think he's going to want to do that one on his own, right? Yeah, I like more Rigetti short, but I don't know. Sometimes they'll get
Order partially filled.
They'll get like a request for a million shares of it or something.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
And they'll try to fill the request to another bank on Wall Street.
Perplexity is doing a browser.
MetaMask MasterCard? What the fuck?
We've told him about 10 and
I love this slop.
50.
Check this out.
I've got the fucking clothes.
She's trying to pull a judo move.
Oh!
Just bang him out, man. Look at him, nonsense.
This is Germany? She's a beast.
Just bang him out, man. Look at him, nonsense.
She thinks she's Jack Bauer or fucking Born Identity trying to fucking break her way out of 3 police officers. And then
just bang him out, man. Look at him, nonsense.
Yeah, we've told him about 10 and you've got no clothes on and you're 15.
Look at him moving in front of the camera and that.
They won't even let her get clothes on and he's on. She told him about 10 and she had no...
I don't want to say what I would do. I'm very against ever hitting women, but that's... I'm an officer in line duty. It's different. They're not speaking English. Stop. Fucking fuck. Fucking, can you imagine? Ow! She'll break your cheekbone. It's all crypto guys. Like most of these are crypto. Yeah, there was another company, MindMed, like, I think a lot of people are bored of these psychiatric companies. They're just like, they have no IP. They're really hard phase 3s to do. It's not clear docs are going to love using these drugs. Thanks a lot, Parker. Yeah, level 2 plus indications of interest plus the FINRA alternative display facility. Those are all things we would like to do when we're working on sort of the next sort of iteration of equities. I remember Grail a long time ago. You got to ask in Godel in the request section. I wish we had a search function. We need to add search. We're like 12 guys. Maybe 13. We don't really apply for grants. That's kind of like a bitch made move. Yo, what's up, Humphrey? Ah, that's very nice of you. Oh, Humphrey. I think you can be persistent, but, you know, keep in mind, it may not work out. One thing I've learned about women over the years is that you really want to prioritize your happiness. You know, that's the number. I mean, you're trying to prioritize a couple different things, right? But prioritizing your happiness is pretty important. You know, you look at Sydney Sweeney, you say, gosh, I wish I was married to Sydney Sweeney. And, you know, you might spend 10 minutes with her and say, get me the fuck away from this person. You have no idea. So you find somebody that you really love. I mean, that's it. That's all you need. Don't worry about anything else. And they love you, and you have fun together, and you like the same stuff, and that kind of thing. Everything else is... I think we place a lot of, importance on the things that kind of don't matter that much. We don't get too much time. So if you can get a lot of joy and happiness out of life, that's what you want. Yeah, marry your best friend, even if they're male. Even if they're male. Pause, what? We are only full-time, and we don't do any contract work. We just are... We're just full-time. All employees. Hey, yo, whoa. You my friend, dog. Let's be friends, dog. You my best friend. Let's be together forever. No. Oh, hell no.
Bruh. Why are you gay?
You wanna ask, bro? Well, let's see. So we're not all engineers, for what it's worth. 4 of us are co-founders and don't need to be paid. We have revenue. That helps. I take Peter Thiel's advice, don't pay any engineer more than 150K. I think we have one guy we're bringing on that's going to be more than that, but I'm not paying somebody 500K base or some bullshit like that. Fuck out of here. And we've raised more money since just the pre-seed. We're raising a seed. We've raised like half of it or something. Does that answer your questions? No, we hand out a lot of equity. We're very generous equity. I want all my boys and girls to win big. I'm not one of these guys that's giving out 3 basis points. Here you go. I know people that don't give out any equity. Why the fuck would your people come to work? I want to come to work? It's me with that shit. I mean, look, if it's a pre-seed company, you're trying to pay as little as possible because you got to pay for the other expenses you have at the company. But if somebody's a co-founder, technical co-founder, I mean, 60-40, 80-20, those are all pretty good splits. You don't want to win that negotiation pretty hard, right? Because the person will be miserable. And if it's your first company, it doesn't really fucking matter. If you have 60% or 80% or 30% or 10%, if you get out at $1 billion, you're happy no matter what. Yeah, you need a vesting schedule. That's definitely standard. Yeah, if you're not giving equity out, your company's going to fail. That's how I feel. Why the fuck would you work there? Maybe if you really need a job and the job market's real spooky, you might say, okay, I need to pay my bills this month. I need to pay for that Robinhood account. I need to pay for these leaps. I need to pay for these Rigetti call options. What if Rigetti goes to 40? Then I'm a millionaire. Right? Right? I mean, it went from 1 to 10. It could go from 10 to 100.
And if it goes from 100 to 1,000, I'm a billionaire. Just keep rolling my call options. Feel me?
I look forward to the check results. Well, you can find this list in my on my GitHub. It's the world's largest market caps. It's under the screens folder. So it's every stock in the world, 1,800 stocks above 10 billion ranked by market cap. I have a long day. Good luck, Humphrey. Yeah, it's a lot of value. Don't worry, we'll get in crypto data. Don't worry. Don't you worry. All right, so the total equity value of all these companies.
Holy shnikes. God damn, 104 trillion. You got people talking about billions. I'm talking about trillion. 103 trillion. Oh, wow. Yeah, 103 trillion.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, no miladies allowed. We're racist against miladies. It's over for you nerds. It's fucking over. I'm gonna buy all the miladies and burn them. Fucking useless. I don't know. I don't know the RIA business that great. A bunch of people in our Discord know that business better than me. And some of my colleagues know that business better than me, but it's not really my expertise. I just want to make sure I know the top like 250 to 500 companies in the world. It's pretty important to me. Is that okay with you? Do I have your permission? You don't know shit about boxing. I need What are you saying exactly? I love anime. Can you rephrase that a little more clearly? Because I'm not really sure what you're saying. I am very curious though. That's important to me. If I try to short China or like exploit the Chinese stock market, I think like they'd probably grab me and be like, Mr. Shkreli, you think you could you exploit you Chinese stock market. Now we have you. You are fucked. Ah! Okay, so you're saying on Bloomberg or on our platform? Okay, cool. You will never see America again. The only question, Mr. Squarey, are you willing to work for us? Or would you like to go to jail again? Fuck you. I see. Well, at least we have the answer. Shishi. I only know how to say that. Mr. Shkreli, you could have started the Chinese Jane Street with government approval. Now you will rot. Oh, by the way, we have your kitten. I believe you call her Nibbers. What? Nibbers. I'm sorry, what? Nibbers! I entertain myself way too much. Yeah, a little Sichuan sauce. You know, we'll get there. I love anime. We're definitely working on that. I might look at some big drug companies just so I get a little bit more current because I feel like I'm a little behind. I don't stop working. I didn't know Raymond James had such a big market cap. I guess they have a big brokerage business. Anybody do business with Raymond James? I would love to give minnows. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I have nibbles. And then I have trashy. Those are my best friends. Okay, there's 2 EQTs. EQT in the US is an energy company. Yeah, cats are the best. I mean, they're so funny and stupid. Just the things that they, you know, do and like the way they behave is like very humorous to me. They're always so curious and such limited intelligence. Their personalities are wonderful. Okay. Yeah, nibbles and trashy are cats. Nibbles is younger and scrawnier. Trashy is an old lady. And she's a little bigger. Both kind of smallish. Very sweet. Nibbles is a little feisty. Trashy is more of a lazy little...
Autofilled.
lazy little thing.
Autofilled. 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 Autofilled.
Impressive little comeback for IonQ.
Autofilled.
It would be a shame if we shorted a huge amount.
Autofilled. Order partially filled. Autofilled. Order partially filled. Autofilled. Order partially filled. Autofilled. Order partially filled. Autofilled. 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 Order partially filled. Autofilled.
I'm shorting IonQ.
Order partially filled. Autofilled.
The moves on
Order
these stocks
partially
are
filled.
incredible. The stock almost broke
Order
30
filled.
this morning.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Autofilled. Autofilled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Who's buying all the stock from me, but good luck.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Thank you for liquidity.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Now I just need a Rigetti borrow and I'll be happy as a clam. Okay, so I was going to look at Gilead because I haven't looked at it in a while, and it's a pretty big, important drug company. So Gilead is like the big HIV player. The stock's been on a tear.
Order cancelled.
Oh yeah, I have to work on Excel plugin. See if I can get an Excel plugin going.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I'm really behind on Gilead, so. So Biktarvy, amazing growth given how big this drug has gotten. Trailing 12 months, almost 13 billion revenue. Really impressive. Look at how much they're selling of this, still selling of COVID drugs. Dude. That makes that IVVD stock, like, kind of attractive. You know? What the hell are they doing? Yescarta is flat. Yescarta, CAR-T. I mean, 1.5 billion is not bad for a brand new kind of drug, but Trodelvy sounds so much like troll. The first ever drug for us trolls. Trodelvy.
Trodelvi, for the troll in you. Ivermectin, because you're a retard. Because you're retarded. Ivermectin. You're retarded and you want your family to suffer too. You've decided to hell with the medical establishment. Here's some random shit I read about on the internet. That'll show them. Trodelvi. Ivermectin. You're not a horse.
Let me think. How many COVID shots have I gotten? I got the first one. Was the first one a 2-shot regimen? Or was it a 1-shot regimen? I don't even remember. It would be funny to fund a commercial like that was like a fake drug. It'd be like kind of insulting. Okay, yes, I thought it was 2 shots. And I'm just trying to remember, like, I really did not enjoy the vaccine. It was really harsh on me. Yeah, I mean, look, these vaccines aren't that good, but they're not bad for you. They're just not that protective. But you can't be scared of a little RNA, I mean. This shit is not dangerous. I think it's a lot of anti-science, anti-rational, anti-authority, which I am very anti-authority. But it's kind of like one of those things where somebody says, like you're a kid, somebody says, do X. No, I'm not going to do X. Why not? Because you told me to, so I'm not going to do it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, most of these vaccines are very, 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 very safe because you only take them once. I mean, human body is pretty indestructible. You don't. Oh wow, huge growth continued for. I wonder how Biktarvy is still growing this much. It's kind of fucking crazy. 13.4 billion TTM. Yeah, I mean, they're just not dangerous, Any drug you take once is like almost impossible for it to be dangerous. drugs can sometimes be dangerous because you take them over and over and over again every day for the rest of your life. But drugs that you don't have to take every day, like vaccines, is like literally almost nothing bad that can happen. I think people just have this like very self-centered view, as they should. It's their health, so. But it's like, you got much greater health challenges than the potential vaccine side effects. There's a lot of things that could go wrong with your health. Vaccine side effects, not really one of them. Yeah, exactly. Luca said it exactly right. When you don't trust the government and they tell you to do something, you basically don't want to do it no matter what. And, that makes sense to me. I went to jail. I mean, I don't trust the government at all, but I know a lot about vaccines, and, there's just not much to the fears. Change your genotype. It would be pretty hard for that to happen. It's kind of a one-directional flow from DNA, which is your genes, to RNA, which is this like intermediate. This is called does anybody know what this is called? It's a protein. Anybody know what this is called? The canon, the central dogma of biology. Yep. So this kind of gets left alone, but in this sort of factory, you can sneak in some. I mean, you got billions of these things, right, per second being translated to proteins, literally billions. So you just sneak in some of the COVID RNA, and you get the protein, you make an immune response to the protein, and you're vaccinated, and that's really it. Now, you can give a protein vaccine too, and there's a bunch of those out there. I think J&J's is a protein vaccine. I think the COVID vaccine was probably the most tested vaccine of all time. Those trials were massive, like 50,000 patients or more. Never see a clinical trial that big. I think they did a good job testing it. I was just surprised it worked, honestly. Like, I was really surprised it worked because the data is like almost like too good to be true. It's like, and then in the real world, the data was like not that good. So, but, well, your mind can play tricks on you. I don't think your heart was racing because you took the vaccine. The vaccine has 30 micrograms of RNA. So microgram is a very small amount. That's a millionth, right? One millionth of a gram. So you're really talking about like maybe a couple grains of sugar, like three grains of salt or sugar. I mean, if you think that's that dangerous, that's a. Yeah, I don't think it's possible that if you getting an intramuscular injection of RNA would result in you feeling weird or something like that. Like people, when you get stabbed, I mean, you're getting literally stabbed. Yeah, lots of things happen. I mean, you get anxiety, things like that. I mean, that's normal. A lot of adults don't take vaccines regularly, so, of course it's going to feel weird, but it's not what's inside the vaccine. Yeah, it's very hard for there to be too many long-term side effects because I want to say within seconds, all the vaccine's gone. So like by the time the day has passed, there's no vaccine left. So it's hard for it to cause these really big long-term side effects. Now, the antigenicity could, theoretically have some kind of like crosstalk, but I don't know. It's not something I worry about. And you guys remember me following the cassava saga. I mean, I'm a bloodhound when it comes to these like little inaccuracies. I'm a beast. I would tear that shit apart if I saw some problem, but look, unless they're lying, that's the other option. Is like I said, that data was so good. The New England Journal data. It's just like, I almost dropped my New England Journal. I was like, no fucking way it works this well? Because I thought maybe you could get 50% protection or something like that, but it's like 95% protection or something. It's insane. Well, if you cut your dividend and everyone thought you were going to cut your dividend, then it's kind of a nothing burger because the company maybe wasn't doing well, and I'm surprised that they're cutting it, for example. That would be one way. It's asymptomatic? That's interesting. I didn't hear that. I thought it was still pretty bad, but I know the other coronaviruses and stuff like that are not too bad. Yeah, you can't rewrite DNA with RNA. That's a tough one. Especially with such a small amount. And remember, the funny thing about that RNA is that most of it's like degraded and lost by the time it gets to the liver. A lot of it'll like end up sort of stuck in a little pool in your arm before it gets degraded. It's not, it's not an IV, so it still has to kind of go through the muscle. And it's in a lipo-nanoparticle. And the only thing that takes up the lipo-nanoparticle is the liver. Well, I got good news. The liver is like indestructible. It's like literally your body's, toxic waste disposal. It's got every Swiss Army knife to dispose of waste. So your liver is not going to get damaged. Like your liver's job is to take damage. Like your liver takes it on the chin when you go out drinking with the boys, right? Your liver takes it on the chin when you eat some really weird shit and have food poisoning. So there's no real risk from that. The liver will take that RNA and turn some of it into protein, but there's also, tons of proteases and nucleases. The nucleases and proteases are cutting up that RNA very quickly. Because you're not supposed to really have RNA coming from outside inside, but that's what happens every time we get infected. So it's pretty antigenic. It's such a strong immune response. I was shocked. I did not enjoy it. There were many classical vaccines developed, the Johnson & Johnson, the AstraZeneca. In fact, I think there were more classical protein vaccines than there were mRNA vaccines. mRNA had never succeeded, so I was like super skeptical, and I was wrong. It seems to have worked. Yeah, it's unfortunate that not enough people took it, so that there wasn't a chance to get great immunity. And then sometimes with vaccines, it's just bad luck. Like you don't get the virus kind of behaving the way you want it. So mutations will generally weaken the virus, but you'll also kind of like the vaccine will lose efficacy. So I don't know. That's my thoughts on COVID. I didn't get any boosters for what it's worth. I just hate vaccines in general. Yeah, the liver thing I've been talking about is really a big drawback, because if you can only send stuff to the liver, there's only so many liver diseases. So you can't cure a lung disease if the drug's only, oh great, ever going to liver. I gotta go, guys. I'll be back. My guest is here.
Autofilled.
Oh, I thought I had a call at 2. But it's actually at 3:30. Yeah, the check thing is just, they if you could cut costs just right, you probably could make your money back or then some, but you also need like some huge marketing. Some real new great marketing stunt, which I could do. I think something like that could have saved Chegg. But these guys are just too the management team is just too yesterday's thinking, It's a very ho-hum management team. I'd come in there guns blazing.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
My buddy had to take a call, so I'm just hanging out until he's done.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Thanks, Luca. Yeah, that's the idea. And for people who already have used Bloomberg, which is just about everyone in finance or people who want to be in finance, then it's even faster because you're already using the same keybinds you've been using your whole career.
I'm about to end this man's whole career. I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, very bearish on Rigetti. Also interesting that Interactive doesn't have any shares. Maybe we buy some puts. I mean, if the guidance is bad for IonQ, shit.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
But yeah, it kind of looks weak as shit.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm just doing Gilead real quick. Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, it's earnings, so the vol will be jacked on IonQ, but it's not as jacked on Rigetti, so. Nebius is down.
I don't have any thoughts on Chegg. I mean, I want to be really constructive and excited about the company, but revenue's disappearing. So I want to see if it sort of hits a pace of less, disappearing. What about Kanye's X account? I haven't checked it. He hasn't tweeted anything. He did not sell it, no. I know that for a fact. Kanye did not sell his Twitter account. Well, maybe somebody has the earnings results. I don't know. There is a student discount. Cisgender men. Lencapavir, all cap. That shit is cap. Yeah, parents will still buy Chegg for their kids. This is the question of when does the bleeding stop? They also have a language business. We haven't broken out how big that language business is. Yeah, my eyes are just sore from having this cat, or these two cats, including a new resident. Otherwise, I feel fine. Ion News could have good news. IonQ could have good news. I mean, they've said they had a good quarter, so we know that. The question is, what will guidance be? And guidance, as you guys know, is just whatever you want it to be. People lie about their guidance all the time. They just freestyle it. So he could go out and say, oh, we're going to do X billions. In revenue if they wanted to, but nobody's going to believe them. They may do some tricks on it. So do they have the Arcellx drug? Be pretty bullish if they did. They licensed that. I think they did. Yeah, algorithmic qubits. I mean, absurd. Yeah, I mean, if they give a big guidance number, I'd be surprised because I don't think anybody wants to buy this garbage. But you'd have to admit that that's bullish.
Order partially filled.
Right?
Order filled.
But I'd also like to actually see the revenue because as much as, I just don't trust these guys at all. Yeah, so you could say that you're going to do 200 in revenue. I could say Godel is going to do 200 million in revenue this year. I couldn't make that number, and they couldn't make that number. And by the time they report Q1, let's say they said, well, okay, we're going to do 200 in revenue, but Q1 is like 12 million in revenue. We only got 3 quarters left to do the other, 178 or 188. And then Q2 comes around and they only do 15 in revenue. They got to lower their guidance. There isn't a great place for all that information, Luca, as far as I know. Yeah, I don't think there's any scenario where we could do 200 million in revenue this year. I mean, we have a bet. Let's put it this way: we have a better chance of it than IIQ. But it would be very irresponsible for me to try to make that claim. Yeah, I think it's going to break 10. It's just going to crack.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm just not short enough, so I'm a little pissed off.
Order partially filled.
Here, let me help it down a little bit.
Order filled.
Saw some calls.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Lenacapavir. All cap. I'm really enjoying that. Your Honor, my client was capping. No, I don't think it's a good time to buy calls for IonQ. I would hold off on that. Unless you're shorting a massive amount of stock in conjunction, then maybe. Your Honor, that's simply cap. Somebody actually did that.
Okay, I was saying that it's just not true. It's capped, to be honest. But
So
okay.
Don't even worry about that, okay?
Okay, I was saying that it's just not true. It's capped, to be honest. But
I don't know.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
You guys think I'm making this up? Shit is real.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
I don't think Citadel's position in any given one stock is that relevant. Unless you happen to know the person at Citadel that's behind the position, which sometimes on Wall Street we do. I definitely thought Biktarvy would have peaked by now. Gilead has this crazy way of like just rapidly changing practice. Like they are just really good at like getting people to switch to drugs, to like their best drugs.
Yeah, Gilead's probably pretty cheap still. Lenacapavir is going to do really well. I mean, Lenacapavir is going to probably, like, there's not going to be any other HIV drugs left. Oh, we're definitely doing a live NVIDIA stream. That's like the Super Bowl for us. Remnocapavir, yeah. Lencapavir. Oh man, here comes Rigetti. No, I don't know much about it. I guess it would compete with Arbutus, BTB Analytics. I don't know, David. That's a good question. Oh, pretty fast Money Master. Seconds. 15, 20 seconds max. It'll keep swinging, though. It'll keep swinging. Yeah, Lexar, I just hope it's not a tell. It would, SH, it would, if it was cheap enough. It would, but, you know, taking all these drugs all the time is... You know, that's why Lenacapavir is more exciting. You take two Farcoin below 30 cents. That's a key level for Farcoin. Key level. Yeah, we kind of need it. We're very close. I don't have any calls or puts on NVIDIA. I guess if I'd be tempted to be short. I don't think I'd have puts, but you know, I also think that they very well could have like an awesome quarter. Go. Cooking. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, Michael. Yeah, Gilead looks pretty compelling. Let me look at Vertex now. Sonnet, new Sonnet program is out. Yeah, let's go in the money. Okay, so they did 2.7 billion. Quite a bit higher than I had, a sort of placeholder number. Oh. I was going to say they might be doing buybacks, but most of these companies, they do buybacks and they just issue more stock. They got a brand name for this, Jornavix. Novartis does not specialize in eye care. I remember, I know Novartis very well. Most pharma startups start private and then they end up public as they need more capital. Nothing unusual about that. Lay's has been dropping, no? Yeah, we can look at Apellis. I know a lot of people like that stock. It's been a bit of a pain stock for many funds out there. It's supposed to be a good value investment. I think they have an IP problem at the very least. I remember when they were private and I was considering buying them or licensing it. Yes, Connor. Unfortunately. Now, hopefully there'll be plenty of customers on real launch. I think there will. I hope so. Or are you guys buying it for cheap? I appreciate every customer, of course. Why would you say Vertex is DOA? What do you mean? That's a big thing to say. Yeah, I mean, when we get our institutional customers, they'll be pretty big. And then, you know, the people that got in really cheap, they'll roll off over time. Like I said, dare you to forget to pay. I pray you have a bank accident. The bank declines the payment by accident. Immediately canceled. Immediately. Yeah, you know, you forgot to pay us, so we can't do this shit for free. All right? Go sign up again. It's 8 times more expensive. I love it. Shouldn't have canceled, buddy. But I didn't want to cancel. You canceled. Our database says you fucking canceled. See this? Payment declined. I didn't do that. You did that. Some of my colleagues say we should have a grace period. Man, grace these nuts. I'll consider a grace period. Yeah, the prepay is a good idea too. I think there should be a grace period. I don't think you should get kicked out if you miss by 1 day. I gotta ask my colleagues what they think. Order cancelled. I don't think we're gonna do PayPal. We are busy, man. We're too busy for that shit. Every engineer we add, they're like up to their, you know, arms and shit right away. It's like, we can't do these little low impact things like, oh, add PayPal. Like when we're a big company, we'll do that. We'll have like some random guy with nothing to do all day. And he'll be like, okay, I'll add PayPal. This will take approximately 3 months. Yeah, that's true, T-Sizzle. Yeah, I'm thinking we could do a little grace period. Couple business days, something like that. You know, don't come crying to us. You know, you haven't paid us for a month. Crying, talking about my back hurt. I forgot. This is my girl's card. 60 days grace. Man. I mean, how about this? We'll send you one email and be like, yo, you got 3 days. That's it. Give me my money. You ain't coming with the money, we canceling your shit. I wonder if we could use Google Trends. Let's use Google Trends for a few different things. Let's see Jornavics. Damn, it's cold. Damn. Okay. Ozempic's chilling. Okay. Let's try IQ. IQ. Do you want... Yeah, just the salmon thingy. Why does this look different? That was a Microsoft boom here. It was kind of dead. And Microsoft resurrected, but it about to be dead again. Shit, Bishop, thank you. We appreciate it. But, yeah. The Aquarius. I don't know. IonQ. The Aquarius Thomas. The Aquarius Johnson. The third. Sorry about that. I was sending a voice note. I generally don't do voice notes, but. 4 cents away for Rigetti. Damn, it feels good to be a short. Oh, hey, head cow. I heard you were sick. Get better, babe. My girlfriend says hi. I was talking to a business partner. A very, 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 very famous guy. Ooh. Biotech or quant? Well, quant's very crowded and competitive, but it's still early days for quant. Biotech, there'll always be medicine, and there'll always be an ability to invest in medicine and kind of make some alpha there, but the medicine world is changing quite a bit, where there's a lot fewer illnesses. I know that sounds weird, but there's still a lot of capital in pharma, but there's just not that much illness, as there used to be. So a lot of the low-hanging fruit is gone. So medicine's just gotten harder and harder. Look at HIV. When you were just looking at lenacapavir, you got a twice-yearly injection to stop HIV. I mean, that's incredible. That's almost to a point where low-risk people should take it. I'm talking about there's certain risk groups. And I mean, if you're just single, you're not in a monogamous relationship for the long term, you're just single. I mean, it's not a crazy idea. If you're in a high-risk group, for sure, it's a no-brainer. But Truvado is this kind of thing where it's okay, I got to take this thing every day. That doesn't make too much sense. If you have HIV, and you're non-monogamous, that could make more sense. But for lenacapavir, you're damn near getting to a point where even low-risk people we're basically talking about gay people. Even low-risk people that may be good enough. It depends on how fearful you are of HIV. But certainly in Africa, it would make a lot of sense. In the US, it's still a bit of a intrusive thing. I mean, taking a shot every 6 months, it basically means you have zero chance of ever getting HIV. But very few heterosexual non-drug users, very, very poor folks ever get HIV, of course. But I've still met people who are paranoid as hell. So Rigetti's been dancing around 10 for a minute now. I don't know if it's getting ready or not getting ready. But it's been dropping increasingly every year. I'm sorry, not every year, every day. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. That's excellent. We're going to look at NVIDIA really closely. We're going to do a whole NVIDIA preview. Yeah, I mean, I think once you're in a monogamous relationship, you wouldn't need the vaccine. It's sort of a vaccine, even though it's an antiretroviral. Again, high-risk group you're probably better off. I'm not sure low-risk group people, probably risk-reward isn't there yet, but kind of remarkable. So anyway, the point is, if you want to be a long-term pharma investor, where are the drugs? Why would you ever make an HIV drug? Now you got to have the perfect drug. To the point where you almost have to intentionally want HIV to get HIV at this point. And cancer is sort of not there yet, but I'd say 20 years from now, I'm not sure you're going to have the same problem with cancer. You're not going to have the same problem with cancer. Cardiovascular disease, look at GLP-1s. There'll still be stuff to invest in, but I'm not sure it'll be a favorable climate, if that makes sense. There aren't too many great books on quant in the first place, so, just be mindful that, it's a sort of a dark art with a lot of knowledge passed hand to hand type of thing. There are some books out there, and you should read everything that's out there on the space. I mean, there's no reason to not read every single thing there is, in essence. Of course, I know methylene blue very well. Particularly very close to methylene blue for sentinel node detection, dissection, sentinel lymph nodes. I mean, software investing will be really important and interesting for a long time to come, especially as companies need less runway and will probably be profitable earlier. You really have to catch stuff early on for software. And then hard tech. I mean, you want to make a nuclear reactor or something, so much more of the innovation is going to have to come from hard tech. Yeah, this is he. Yeah, it works fine. Thank you. Bye. We'll try to cover everything we can. I have a pretty tight schedule with a lot of things going on. So you guys have to give me a little bit of slack. I had $3 billion in sales for Jornavics. It's probably going to be less than expected. Thanks, man. I wonder what the street consensus is, if anybody knows. little salmon salad. Salmon, kale, avocado. I don't think so, Reefs. Weird anti-Semite. Yeah, Nons are kind of not really even people. Because, I mean, if you're too cowardly to even not reveal your name, it's like, of course you're willing to say weird shit, you know, because it has no repercussions. So Vertex looks pretty fairly valued unless they have some like gigantic sales breakthrough with suzetrigine. And remember, suzetrigine is the first of its kind. It's a small molecule, so the patent will eventually expire. But it is the first non-opioid pain reliever in a long time. Oh wow, DJT down to 25. Do you guys remember when I went short size DJT every day? And it just wouldn't go down? Yeah, not really. Casgevy's. None of these stem cell treatments are very useful. It might do $1 billion in revenue, but not really, Rafak. It's more, I mean, software just is so promising. Biopharma is so crowded, like random rare diseases, there's like 10. Different drugs for some random rare disease like HAE, and companies like Intellia, they're basically making cures, but there's competition for the cure. It's really brutal. I have a 3:30 and I have a guest here, and then I have like a 5:30, so I'm pretty much going to be checked out. I mean, I'm pretty bearish, but again, I don't really believe in macro picks, you know? I mean, software is still really exciting. I'm not sure, actually. Where would I start a company? Payments is still pretty exciting, I think. I don't know. That's a good question. I should probably just think about this a little bit and give you a better answer. I'm not sure. There's probably still more room in like gig economy and social sort of media, social internet stuff. There's probably still a lot of room there. Video games, really amazing industry. Elon's getting into it now. Yeah, I have to think about that pretty hard. XAI is a separate entity, yep. Yeah, I was going to say in general, like, the more boring the industry, probably the better the startup. Yeah, I'm not sure they are. I'm guessing Chegg had a really bad quarter and it's going to give a pretty bleak outlook, but you can probably buy on the dip. But if the quarter wasn't bad, it'll rally. I just don't know. Don't know what's going to happen.
Our buddy had to leave early, unfortunately. He's a very cool CEO. One of our favorites. Runs a very successful kind of cloud company. But yeah, I had to jump on a plane. Okay, so what are we looking at? Let's see. I have another guest at like 5 something, but we can probably look at okay, so who's reporting tonight? Hims and Czech? Tonight, who's reporting? It's not hot. No, it's not hot. Although I love Joe. Chegg and Hims, okay. Yeah, I have no clue what either company is going to report, just to be 100% clear. I can do some quick research, but I mean, we're getting very close. Ooh, big sell-offs. Come to Papa. Come to Papa. Oh my god, I would rename Chegg to Chud. That would be my... That might be my new... innovation. Okay, so Hims consensus is 22 cents and 470. They give guidance? I think they give guidance. Regardless, the street estimate is more important. Next quarter guidance is pretty light, 483. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna quite do what I was thinking. So yeah, 22 cents estimate. Zoom is reporting. Okay, now you want to look at Chegg. Does anybody even still cover Chegg? Is there a consensus? The one guy. $0.16 and revenue of 142. And next quarter consensus is 139. And earnings are probably for negative number. No, positive 18 cents. They have sort of an accounting
get these ready. For viewing, your viewing pleasure. Can you see these? Home Depot's not today, it's tomorrow morning, right? Ooh, see some of these stocks falling pretty heavy. Ion Q. That's what you love to see. Fucking love to see it. We're going to cover whatever we have time for.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, we're closed.
Order cancelled.
Holy shit. Got that news. Big data. Tempest is out. Forgot about Tempest.
Order cancelled.
Yeah, him's worth as much as IonQ is kind of crazy. Him's actually his customers. Playoffs. No, we're not buying check. We're just going to see what the quarter. I mean, I kind of want to buy it after if it had a bad quarter. Then we can press management to appoint Shkreli the CEO. Just write in. You can lose 50% pretty quick, KG. No, I don't need another job. Hell no. I'm busy. Navitas is out. You guys want to like YOLO? Want to do some YOLOing?
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
It's usually on the newswire, so we got the newswire and Godel up. The website comes late. Website comes after. Still not out. Sometimes, very rarely, it'll come on the website first. And then if you see it on the website first, you're lit. Nobody's on that. You can trade like you have insider info. Hims and hers. Chug, same time. Big number Hims. Big numbers. Huge numbers Hims. Holy shit. Is it trading down? Why is it trading down? Massive fucking beat. Massive raise. Check beat. Check beat. They sued Google. Ooh, the check guidance is bad. The check guidance is really fucking bad. They still are saying they can have positive EBITDA, but yeah, the check guidance is like, but the Hims numbers are great. The market's, I don't know what the market's thinking. Maybe they thought they would beat by more. Let's see. Consensus was 470. They came in at 480. For Q1, consensus was 483. They're saying 520 to 540. Holy shit. Tell me that's not a long. They keep beating and raising everything. On everything. It's already, it's had this big run, so I guess, that's the thinking, but wow. Wonder why Hims is down so much. Yeah, it's already too expensive, I guess. I'd buy some here.
Order filled.
I would definitely buy some here.
Order filled.
It already got smoked the other day for the Ozempic stuff, right? So this is like, it's too much. Yeah. But Hims is just, the numbers are so insane. They just keep beating and raising. Like the guidance for 2025 is absurd.
Order partially filled.
I'm not saying it's like some huge home run, but it should not be down. There's nothing bad about this report. There's not a single bad thing about this thing. They did have a massive run, but you know, I'm not saying you buy it flat either. I mean, it's down 10%, so Chag was guidance was just atrocious. They are rapidly disappearing company. They're suing Google. I don't think that's a good sign. Yeah, we can look at Tarsus. Yeah, their earnings didn't beat too much. I think maybe they were just investing in growth, but they shouldn't be too penalized for that with this revenue performance. Yeah. It is one of these things that at the right price, no matter what, Chegg is worth buying, but let's see how low it goes. I wonder what the cash flow was too. Yeah, I'm long Hims now. That's an ugly number. Down 36% revenue next quarter. Oosh. It's wicked. Yeah, I don't think it matters if Rigetti is part of the... I mean, there's a number of companies that are going to be rewarded the DARPA contract, and then one final winner will be chosen.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
See ya. Yeah, Hims. I mean, Chegg is just a beleaguered company, and when you're problem with value investing is like sometimes you're dealing with these really beleaguered companies, and you're catching a falling knife, but you don't want to be. You can always wait for the quarter to report and then look at it. You don't have to look at it right now.
Order partially filled.
Or buy it right now. See how it goes, and then make your decision after.
Order partially filled.
I mean, at the right price, Chegg isn't so bad.
Order filled.
Like I said, the right price. Yeah, Eric is that's a really tough lesson to learn for sure. Which margins? Gross margins?
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order
Gross margins went from 79 to 77. Hims is not falling below 40. Fuck that. Fuck that. Plus, it's Hims and hers. It's both. They, them, and theirs. Yeah. I'm gonna buy some more Hims. But throw in the hers. Let's see what like the Chegg cash flow was.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I mean, Chegg made money last year. Let's take a look. Maybe there's something there. Problem is the seasonality.
stranger. Okay, so Chegg made 50 free cash flow, which means it's trading around 3 times historical cash flow. Okay, so they're saying the Q1, even with the Q1 revenue drop, they're still saying they're going to do 13 to 14 in positive EBITDA. Okay, 13 to 14 in positive EBITDA means it'll look something like this. So basically, they'll be breaking even. Maybe slightly negative free cash flow. Well, the last year they had positive free cash flow in Q1. What's going on with Hims? No, I'm gonna buy some more. Fuck it. This is a great growth story. I could be wrong, you know. It's you guys. You guys put me into this thing. You guys always wanted me to look at this thing, so I'm looking at it. But look, I mean, look at this incredible company. I mean, they're saying 2.3, right? Company did 83 million in revenue 2019, 83, then 150, 270, 530, 890, 1.5 billion, 2.3 billion. I mean, yeah, it's too cheap. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. I don't know. Chegg is at the right price. Chegg might be a buy. I don't know if they're ever going to be profitable again. Is the fucking problem. See, I don't know if CapEx, how CapEx kind of scales. It might scale. Let me see here. If it scales like revenue scales, I mean, they made free cash flow this quarter. It was also a strong quarter for them seasonally, right? Chegg has only had one negative free cash flow quarter in the last 8 quarters. AI is supposed to be destroying their business, but they're making money. The problem is I'm not sure they're going to be free cash flow positive in Q1. And Q1 is supposed to be seasonally strong. Kids are in college. So what about Q2 and Q3? Kind of seasonally weaker usually. Yeah, I'm not sure what you pay for 10 million in cash flow.
Order partially filled.
That could be declining even further.
Yeah, Vertex, I don't see
Autofill.
too much growth left. I'd rather buy Gilead. That HIV launch for Gilead's going to be fucking huge. Oh, where are all the Nancy Pelosi fucking lovers? I thought she only has insider information. I thought she only makes money. Turns out the stock market's just as hard for her as us. Bitch. Time to gamble. What the fuck is this Hims doing? 41.95. Let's bid.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
God damn. This is getting to damn levels.
Order filled.
This is Jen Selter level. Giat.
Order filled.
That's level of Giat we're talking about. Giat. I hope you're not serious, Shubham. We will take you on your. We will kick you out of here. Kick your Indian ass out of here. Desecrating Buffett's name, man. HB1. H1B. Denied! I'm not still long Palantir.
Order partially filled.
That is correct, BD. That is correct. I used to talk to her sometimes. That is not the kind of girl I'm looking for. I found the kind of girl I'm looking for. Yes, earnings were supposed to beat for HIMS, but man, the revenue guidance is so fucking big. I guess people don't care about guidance because bird in hand, two in the bush. I don't know, AXD like 10 million? Ryan, that's funny. I mean, we've been bearish since forever. When Palantir was dropping, we shorted HIMS for sympathy. Should have let that ride.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I am bullish on HIMS. It's one of the few very pure growth companies out there. Pure.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Why? Why are you Chegg baggy? I've been clear about Chegg. We caught it. It went up to like 160 or something. I said sell. I've never endorsed it since. Yeah, it's still buy too much. Just buying HIMS. The options market's closed. Damn it, God. No fucking way it goes below 40. Fuck, man. No, Chegg has got a decent capital position. Oh, man. HIMS goes below 40, I'm going to start throwing shit. Straight throwing shit. Is that better? Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Oh yeah, I guess my mic's been a little bit further away or something. My average on HIMS is 42.8. I'm down $1. It's not a big deal, I guess.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled.
All right, 42.6 is my average now, but a little more.
Order cancelled.
Why are you shorting it? Good luck. I can think of much better shorts. Oh, guidance was really good. I don't think it was weak. It was way above consensus. Sometimes expectations are that, they're going to be above consensus. The margins seem fine to me. Let's go. Let's go. Almost green. Let's go. I don't watch anime, no.
Order filled.
They beat by, the current quarter, I guess, wasn't that great. But the guidance is just spectacular. I mean, the question is, do you believe them? Yeah, but a company like this, you don't really care about income. You only care about revenue. Revenue is growing freaking 50%. What do you care about?
Partially filled.
Costs. I'm going to put a sell order for HIMS at 43. Just to sell a tiny bit. Go to the bathroom. I'm sure it'll be executed, so I'll put one at 43. 43 and a half. When you're a growth company, you consume free cash flow. It's if you're growing that fast, you can be spending fast too.
Order filled.
I wanted to go to the bathroom. There was a dude on the toilet, and the urinal was not flushed. Now I gotta beat somebody up. For real. This is my floor. You can't just fucking use the bathroom when these people don't understand. People don't fucking understand. I'm not playing with these people. I don't trust Tempest at all. And they have that's not organic revenue growth. I sold a small amount at 43, very small.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I just bought it back. Yeah, we got that all coming on AXD.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah. Nah. Much
Order
smaller.
partially filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled.
Listen, I tell you what I'm doing each time, so. Hell no. I got your message, TRSTNN. I just don't really have a deep reaction to it, so you gotta chill.
Order partially filled.
You can call me whatever you want, Galaxy Gas King.
Order partially filled. Autofill.
All right, Marco Polo. I sold 1/6 of my position. Is that okay with you, Jay? Is it okay? And I bought it back cheaper. I believe they call that trading. Have you heard of that? Love shorting feels illegal. All right, so you're talking about Canadian natural resources, right? What the fuck do you think I know about Canadian natural resources? Well, Paul, we don't know how much your account is, so well, you live stream. Drop us your link. Oh, you don't speak English. How much you bought hymns? You got the object and the subject and the verb all fucked up. Don't lose the money. Yeah, there's not too many companies growing this fast. Is this what you're talking about? Canadian natural? That's what I'm saying, Stefan. Yeah, so like I look at this and I don't know what the fuck any of this means. I know BOE is like Barrel of oil equivalent? It's the maple syrup mousse ratio. Of course, the Athabasca Sands project at the Muskeg River. Yeah, Bitcoin 94K. I like how there's no like revenue or anything, it's just earnings. These are earnings. Governor Trudeau. Scumbag Trudeau. He's our governor of the 51st state of Canada. I like Canada, I do. It'd be great as the 51st state. I like how they say they're diversified. What are they diversified? Light crude oil, medium crude oil, primary heavy crude oil, Pelican Lake heavy crude oil, bitumen, thermal oil, and SCO, which is another kind of oil. Drill, baby, drill. Okay, mate, we're going to be drilling, mate. We're going to be drilling, bud. Listen, bud. We're doing a lot of drilling over here.
Order filled.
Right, bud? Hey, look. We're drilling a lot of earnings. That's my expert analysis. All right, bud? Okay. A little... Hey. All oil's the same, eh? There's nothing to buy but hymns. No, I don't know Scott. I don't think I do, at least. Okay, here's product sales. Report two things, sales and earnings. I don't know, 6 out of 10 for his conviction. I don't know if it's an easy play, but Jackknife, juggernaut. I'm born again.
Order filled.
I'm born again. I don't know anything about mining or energy, man. I think so, Luca.
Order filled. Order partially filled.
Okay, so debt and equity, debt and cash are about the same. Give or take. Cash flow. I mean, the problem is I don't really know how other stocks trade or how other stocks in the space trade. But like, it looks like it's like 10 times earnings. And I think it depends on where you think oil prices will go, but they do hedge themselves in that too.
Order filled.
I have a lot of shit to do, so what do I think about a random soccer player? Why would I care or think about a random soccer player? Come on, guys. Come on, bro. I don't even know what PL is. Professional league? Players league? Oh, this song. Everyone knows this banger.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for standing by. My name is Kelvin, and I will be your conference operator today. At this time, I would like to welcome everyone to the Hims and Hers fourth quarter.
Which fuck clot dog I am? Cause this morning I wake up good enough. Give me a good blood clot dog. What kind of little bumper clot dog is I'ma give?
Question and answer session.
In can't go back loud of blood clot. You can't defend me.
Press star followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, simply press pound key or star 2. Thank you. I would now like to turn the call over to Bill Newby, Head of Investor Relations. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Hims and Hers Health fourth quarter and full year 2024 earnings call. Today, after the market closed, we released this quarter's shareholder letter, a copy of which you can find on our website at investors.hims.com. On the call with me today is Andrew Dudum, our co-founder and chief executive officer, and Yemi Okupe, our chief financial officer. Before I hand it over to Andrew, I need to remind you of legal safe harbor and cautionary declarations. Certain statements and projections of future results made in this presentation constitute forward-looking statements.
Yeah, I need a reminder.
Among other things, our current market, competitors, and regulatory expectations, and are subject to risks and uncertainties that could cause actual results to vary materially. We take no obligation to update publicly any forward-looking statement after this call, whether as a result of new information, future events, changes in assumptions, or otherwise. Please see our most recently filed 10-K and 10-Q reports for a discussion of risk factors as they relate to forward-looking statements. In today's presentation, we also have certain non-GAAP financial measures. We refer you to the reconciliation tables to the most directly comparable GAAP financial measures contained in today's press release and shareholder letter. You can find this information as well as a link to today's webcast at investors.hims.com. After the call, this webcast will be archived on the website for 12 months. And with that, I'll turn the call over to Andrew.
Thanks, Bill. What an incredible last few months we have had to finish a breakout year. At Hims and Hers, we believe we are building the next generation healthcare platform. A platform that leverages personalization and technology unlike any traditional healthcare system, delivering access to affordable, on-demand, high-quality, and precision-tailored care to millions of people. The future model of health and wellness that centers around the consumer and the consumer alone. This vision requires extraordinary levels of innovation across technology, infrastructure, and services. And I'm absolutely in awe at the team's execution across so many avenues to accelerate towards this vision. From our recent acquisition of our new whole body lab testing facilities, which will bring Hims and Hers customers a deeper understanding of their comprehensive health and treatment personalization, to our acquisition of our new Menlo Park peptide facility, which will establish domestic durability of our supply chain for one of the most innovative and exciting areas in medicine, to our Super Bowl ad, which sparked an incredible breadth of discussion around our existing healthcare system, and lastly, to our growing bench of impressive talent, making our team an even stronger competitive advantage. We are attracting leaders across disciplines from technology to women's health, who recognize the extraordinary opportunity to reshape American healthcare. At the end of 2024, over 2 million subscribers entrusted Hims and Hers to aid them in their journey to better health. with thousands more joining daily. This vision of an on-demand, personalized healthcare platform is resonating with consumers across America. Over the past 25 years, Uber and Airbnb reshaped transportation and hospitality. Amazon and Shopify revolutionized e-commerce and logistics. Netflix and Spotify redefined media consumption, and PayPal and Square modernized digital payments. Yet we haven't seen a similarly transformative shift in one of life's most critical areas.
Market data
healthcare.
Connection lost.
Recently, however, I've felt the same sense of disruption and possibility with what we are building at Hims & Hers. These disruptors introduced a concept of on-demand in a manner I had never experienced. Hyper-personalized and catered to my needs, transparent in their pricing, and ultimately reliable and empowering. These are words never uttered when describing healthcare in America. At Hims & Hers, our ambition is simple. We plan to change that. We have been breaking the status quo since our founding in 2017. And through our vision of what healthcare can and should look like, we've achieved a breadth of accomplishments that few thought possible. We've engineered a vertically integrated, proprietary technology stack that powers over 10,000 patient visits per day, and we believe is home to one of the most powerful, completely closed-loop data sets in healthcare. We've built nearly 500,000 square feet of cutting-edge pharmacies and fulfillment centers that deliver personalized treatments across dozens of conditions and multiple innovative form factors, helping support high-quality clinical outcomes through optimized dosing, side effect mitigation, and vitamin supplementation.
Market data connection
And we've broadened our
reestablished.
brand from one that focused on niche men's categories like ED to one that millions of Americans entrust for their health and wellness needs across an ever-broadening set of specialties, from men's and women's health, dermatology, mental health, adjunctive cardiovascular support, and most recently, metabolic health. We are in the earliest of days in transforming how Americans improve their health and wellness. And when we think about the future, our investment areas fit into simple yet powerful buckets. First, by leveraging advancements in technology, specifically AI, we can expand the scope, quality, and capabilities of diagnostic tools available on Hims & Hers platform. Second, as our technology gets more sophisticated and we bring more data-rich integrations onto our ecosystem, like lab testing and wearable devices, we can expand the breadth of personalized treatments, including preventative capabilities, accessible on our platform. Third, by focusing on the long-term consumer journey, we can expand the value of the Hims & Hers relationship with improved offerings that drive increased and higher engagement follow-up care. And fourth, as our verticalized capabilities and platform get stronger, we see a path to export our capabilities beyond the walls of Hims & Hers, helping legacy healthcare enterprises transform to be capable of delivering the same quality, efficiency, and personalization for their patients. Our recent investments are in lockstep with this future vision, helping to position us to execute across each of these critical areas. Data is a key differentiator on our platform, as we are one of, if not the only, large-scale, vertically integrated health systems spanning the end-to-end patient journey. At the end of 2024, we began negotiations to acquire a provider of at-home whole-body lab testing, which we were excited to close last week. With this additional capability, we will be able to test for a wide range of critical biomarkers across heart, hormone, liver, thyroid, and prostate, helping to proactively identify individual risks for disease. We believe this type of comprehensive health testing should be available to everyone, given the possible life-altering learnings. Given this, we look forward to expanding the value each Hims & Hers subscriber receives this year with comprehensive testing at extraordinarily affordable cost to our customers. Whole body testing gives providers even more insights into their patient's health, enabling a more holistic, individualized treatment plan inclusive of personalized medications, supplements, workout routines, and nutrition. Whole body lab testing will also enable us to expand into specialties such as menopausal support, low testosterone, and more. With this acquisition, we are elevating the personalization of care individuals will be able to access on our platform. Expanding data sets enable us to identify elements of a member's health, such as vitamin deficiencies and unoptimized health indicators, leading to better personalization of treatment through expanded offerings that take these diagnostic components into account. As we deepen the personalized care we can offer, investments across our nearly 500,000 square foot footprint across Ohio, Arizona, and California will set the foundation to potentially move from offering hundreds of personalized treatment variations to eventually offering thousands of treatments over the coming years. At the end of 2024, we also signed an agreement to acquire a California peptide facility. As we work to address chronic conditions and areas of need among Americans, this facility will provide the ability to explore innovative advances in preventative health, metabolic optimization, cognitive performance, recovery science, and biological resistances. I'm thrilled with the potential range of treatments in peptide science, and we are committed to being at the forefront. We believe that this acquisition will provide us with opportunities to more closely participate in this innovation and also bolster our domestic supply chain for treatments that could be critical to America's future. As the breadth of treatments and services expand on our platform over the course of the next decade, our belief is that advancements in technology can facilitate materially better outcomes and unlock a level of access unlike anything available today. We believe that AI and scaled de-identified data will help power extremely important network effects for our platform, enabling each new customer's experience to drive improvement to the care and experience of the next. We also believe that leveraging AI and our current clinical expertise and intelligence can elevate the types of follow-up care available for millions of individuals. We see great healthcare as a combination of appropriate treatments, high-frequency provider support, and access to services that help individuals achieve healthier habits. In 2024, we launched tools such as BMI calculators and trackers to help members monitor water intake, nutrition, movement, and sleep, all focused on helping our subscribers build a healthier lifestyle. In this next generation of healthcare, we see a world where AI can substantially elevate the subscriber experience by providing resources with greater sophistication, such as AI coaches, therapists, nutritionalists, and trainers, available for 24/7 on-demand support to help our customers make meaningful lifestyle changes in pursuit of their health and wellness goals. Trusted and empathetic AI-powered care coordinators to help customers navigate their healthcare journey, and greater transparency and visibility into the reasoning that drives each treatment and service recommendation on our platform in a manner not constrained by the availability of provider time on the platform. While our ambitions and technology advancement are far-reaching, we have been energized by the market receptivity to this vision. Leading engineering executives, world-class AI researchers, and operators responsible for building and massively scaling some of the most notable businesses in the world have been part of our year-long search for our Chief Technology Officer. We have been humbled by the shared excitement for our vision and the widespread passion to transform the American healthcare system. We are thrilled to share that we have signed an offer for our new Chief Technology Officer, and we expect to share more about our latest executive team member in the coming weeks. Our focus in 2025 will be on continuing to further progress our platform capabilities, deepening our competitive moats, and expanding our value to customers. We will do this through continued execution across 5 key priorities. First, through the integration of whole-body lab testing, we will provide access to richer insights for consumers into their health. I cannot stress the transformative unlocks we believe will come from empowering customers with their data. Diagnostic capabilities will serve consumers by supporting our expansion into additional specialties such as menopause and low testosterone, and pave the way for a greater breadth of personalized offerings inclusive of medications, supplements, and lifestyle changes. Second, we will continue to invest in our pharmacies and infrastructure. These investments will come in the form of expanding our capacity for sterile compounding as well as further automation of facilities to unlock the capacity to offer access to thousands of more highly personalized treatments in the future. Third, we will broaden and deepen the capabilities of our technology stack to facilitate even better recommendations from providers to each individual patient, as well as lay the foundation for AI-centric tools and coaches capable of even further improving the quality of follow-up care received on the platform. And fourth, we expect to conduct R&D for the launch of future specialties and subspecialties that leverage our capabilities and reach an even broader set of customers. And finally, we will continue to position ourselves to be a leader in addressing the chronic obesity epidemic across America. There may not be a more impactful use case for precision medicine than America's obesity epidemic, which impacts 100 million individuals across the country and results in 500,000 preventable deaths per annum. North of 200,000 individuals joining the Hims & Hers platform in the span of a year to meet their weight loss needs is evidence of the benefits that consumers see in our approach to personalized medicine. As we shared last year, we believe our approach can enable material improvements in clinical adherence and compelling customer satisfaction, and we're seeing gains in the realization of this goal. In order to truly address the epidemic, patients need comprehensive care that extends beyond medicine to making lifestyle changes, from nutrition to exercise to mental health, and we are dedicated to this approach. Precision medicine is about using the right tools for the right patient at the right time. We believe this approach to personalized medicine will ultimately drive better clinical outcomes by enabling providers to personalize the dose, form factor, and other clinical delivery aspects of existing clinically validated medications. In our work, we are committed to integrity and transparency. We are not bypassing the regulatory process, nor are we creating new drugs. The regulatory framework for compounding and the FDA have long recognized the need for compounders to be able to compound medication to meet patient needs that utilize ingredients of, but that are not essential copies of, existing drugs. We focus on providing access to better care in this framework through personalization, period. We believe that Americans deserve transparency about the system and their options, and we will continue to passionately push back against any attempts to confuse or scare consumers about whether compounding can be done legally and safely. We won't claim improved efficacy until the data substantiates it. We will continue to show our quality and safety process across every step of the customer journey. We take a logical approach that lets patients and providers draw their own conclusions because we believe that patients, not pharmaceutical profits, should drive our healthcare system. We are aware that change can be scary for industry incumbents. Big Pharma's reaction to our call to fix today's stuck and sick healthcare system has been to band together and question the need for affordable compounded solutions and incite fear in regular Americans through broad stroke statements about the safety of all compounded medications. As always, we will continue to monitor and comply with regulatory requirements related to the GLP-1 shortages, and we will continue to primarily focus within our weight loss category on bringing care to individuals that stand to benefit from our oral-based offerings, liraglutide later this year, and clinically necessary personalized dosages of semaglutide. The investments we've made on our platform will help ensure that we can effectively help the millions of potential Americans that can benefit from our holistic approach to weight loss treatment. Additionally, these investments position us to be a leader in providing access to high-quality treatment to millions of more Americans as more brand-name GLP-1 medications go generic in the coming years. As a founder-led company, we have one rare advantage that most companies do not: extreme patience. While most might get lost in the noise of today's realities, the future is where we are focused. A future where high-quality, personalized care is available to everyone on demand at affordable prices from the comfort of their home. This vision is coming to reality, and it's shaking the incumbent system. We believe that in the coming years, that future will be obvious and available to all. We look forward to updating you on our progress across these priorities over the course of 2025. With that, I will pass it over to Yemi to talk through our financial performance and outlook for 2025.
Thanks, Andrew. I will start by providing an overview of our fourth quarter financial performance before diving further into our outlook for 2025. The success of our platform in 2024 is a reflection of how our ability to democratize access to high-quality personalized treatments and services is resonating with consumers. Revenue was $481 million and $1.5 billion for the fourth quarter and 2024 fiscal year, respectively. This represents year-over-year revenue growth of 95% for the fourth quarter and 69% for 2024. Helping drive our success is our ability to attract and retain subscribers across our tenured specialties, and secondarily, an ability to scale new offerings such as our weight loss treatments. Revenue outside of our GLP-1 offering increased 43% year-over-year to $1.2 billion in 2024, reflecting an ability to achieve the floor of our revenue expectations for 2025 a year early. Expansion of personalized treatments on our platform is continuing to result in strong subscriber growth. Total subscribers on the platform increased 45% to over 2.2 million in the fourth quarter, with over 55% of those subscribers subscribing to at least one personalized solution. Unique form factors, multi-condition treatments, and personalized dosages are unlocking growth in some of our most tenured specialties and serving as an accelerant for some of our newer specialties. For example, in the fourth quarter, subscribers in men's and women's dermatology grew over 55% and 100% year-over-year, respectively. Our belief is that lab diagnostics will unlock a greater breadth of personalized treatments, which will further expand the runway for growth across our existing specialties. Almost 100 million Americans are currently struggling with weight loss. We launched an oral-based weight loss offering in the fourth quarter of 2023, which saw great success as it scaled to a revenue run rate of over $100 million in just over 7 months. Our GLP-1 offering, which launched in the second quarter of 2024, has experienced similar success, delivering north of $225 million of incremental revenue in 2024. We believe success behind this offering is a result of the brand equity we have built over the years, as well as our high-touch model that includes frequent provider engagement, tools to build healthier lifestyle habits, and access to personalized treatments. Line of sight to future operational efficiencies gave us comfort to make our injectable offering even more affordable. We reduced the price for our 12-month SKU from $199 a month to $165 per month in December. The majority of weight loss subscribers are now opting for treatment plans of 6 months or more, which we believe will translate into strong retention and improved adherence for our weight loss subscribers. Similar to previous strategic pricing actions, we are confident that these changes will be long-term accretive to the platform and provide a path to unlock economies of scale in the future. Additionally, we believe that the ability of providers on our platform to personalize successful titration plans and steady-state dosages strengthens with each subscriber that has success on our platform, making our ability to rapidly scale a distinct competitive advantage. While the addition of subscribers remains the primary component of our growth, monthly online average revenue per subscriber is becoming a more meaningful contributor as well. Monthly online average revenue per subscriber increased 38% year-over-year to $73 in the fourth quarter. Scaling of GLP-1s, as well as subscribers shifting to more premium personalized offerings, are the primary growth drivers. Significant investment was made in the fourth quarter in areas that we believe set the foundation to drive future economies of scale. Despite this investment, adjusted EBITDA margins remained strong at over 11%, as adjusted EBITDA increased over 160% year-over-year to $54 million in the fourth quarter. For the fiscal year of 2024, our platform delivered $177 million of adjusted EBITDA, as adjusted EBITDA margins more than doubled year-over-year to 12%. Gross margins declined approximately 2 points quarter-over-quarter, in line with expectations highlighted earlier this year. The scaling of our GLP-1 offering, as well as strategic pricing actions enacted within our GLP-1 offering in the fourth quarter, are the primary drivers of this change. We expect margins to start to recover in the second quarter as we reach milestones for pre-adjusted volume-driven discounts across our operation, with further opportunity as we expand sterile fulfillment capabilities within our affiliated facilities later this year. In the fourth quarter, we leaned into specialty-specific marketing on national stages at scale for the first time. Marketing as a percentage of revenue in the fourth quarter was 46%, representing a 5-point improvement from the prior year and a 1-point degradation from the prior quarter. Higher retention as a result of an increasing shift toward personalization, as well as acquisition of customers organically and through lower-cost channels, continues to provide confidence in our ability to achieve between 1 to 3 points of leverage on our marketing spend per annum. For the fiscal year of 2024, we exceeded this goal, driving marketing as a percentage of revenue down to 46%, reflecting over 5 points of leverage relative to the prior year. Strict management of our operating costs continues to allow us to gain leverage on our G&A as well as operations and support costs. In the fourth quarter, G&A and operations and support costs as a percentage of revenue improved 3 points and 1 point year over year, respectively. Net income was $26 million in the fourth quarter and $126 million for the full year, marking our first full year of GAAP profitability. The full year figure included a tax benefit primarily related to the release of a domestic tax valuation allowance, partially offset by current period tax expense. Cash flow generation remained strong as we delivered nearly $60 million of free cash flow in the fourth quarter, bringing the total free cash flow generated in 2024 to nearly $200 million.
Partially filled.
Cash and short-term investments on our balance sheet were over $300 million at the end of the year. 2024 was an exceptional year for Hims & Hers, but as Andrew mentioned, we believe that we are just scratching the surface of what our platform can deliver in the years to come. Before going into our outlook for the year, I will provide insight into how we expect to allocate capital in 2025. We expect more capital investment across a few key areas in 2025 to continue building toward our long-term vision for the company. These areas include, first, an investment in expansion of sterile capabilities and capacity within our 503A and 503B facilities. These investments will ultimately enable us to more economically provide offerings such as liraglutide on our platform, which we believe will further enhance the durability of our weight loss offering. Additionally, sterile capabilities provide a critical component necessary to expand into other areas such as menopausal support and low testosterone in the future. Second, we are investing to expand capacity for a greater breadth of personalized offerings through investment in equipment with increased automation capabilities, as well as the launch of a larger facility in Arizona later this year. Our ambition is to have the capacity to leverage additional de-identified data points from interactions on our platform and lab diagnostics to increase the depth of personalized treatments available to subscribers, whether that be through additional form factors or multi-condition treatments. Third, we expect to integrate lab diagnostic capabilities into our platform in a way that allows us to offer it to subscribers at a low cost or in some instances for free. We believe lab diagnostics can be an additional value-add service for subscribers that serve as a foundation for more personalized treatments, as well as enable expansion in other specialties in the future. Lastly, we will continue our focus on strengthening the long-term durability of our domestic supply chain through investment in our recently acquired peptide facility. We view this facility and peptide capabilities as providing an additional long-term anchor for our focus on U.S.-based operations, as well as an opportunity to explore innovations in medicine made possible through peptide development in the coming years. Similar to prior years, we will be thoughtful in our allocation of capital across these initiatives and expect to continue to deliver strong free cash flow in the future. With that backdrop, I will provide an additional perspective into our outlook for 2025. In the first quarter, we are anticipating revenue in the range of $520 to $540 million, representing a year-over-year increase of 87 to 94%. We expect adjusted EBITDA to be between $55 to $65 million, representing an adjusted EBITDA margin of 11% at the midpoint of both ranges. For the full year, we are anticipating revenue of between $2.3 to $2.4 billion, representing a year-over-year increase of 56 to 63%. It is our expectation that 2025 adjusted EBITDA will be between $270 and $320 million. These adjusted EBITDA and revenue ranges imply an adjusted EBITDA margin of 13% at the midpoint of both ranges. Embedded within our outlook are the following assumptions. First, given what we know today, we anticipate 2025 revenue contributions from our weight loss specialty of at least $725 million. This figure excludes contributions from commercially available dosages of semaglutide, which will not be offered on the platform after the first quarter. There may be the potential to offer commercially available dosages of compounded semaglutide throughout the year. However, we see our steady-state weight loss offering being primarily composed of our evolving oral-based solutions, as well as liraglutide later this year. Personalized semaglutide dosages will supplement these core offerings for the subset of consumers for whom it is a clinical necessity. Supply chain consistency across 2025, inclusive of affiliated pharmacy, and third-party fulfillment and
Order
distribution
filled.
dynamics is a key assumption in our guidance. Second, our expectation is
filled.
that the first quarter will remain an investment quarter as a result of the strategic pricing actions made in December and investment in our 1-minute Super Bowl campaign.
Order partially filled.
We expect some pressure on
Order
growth
filled.
and adjusted EBITDA margins in the first quarter, but anticipate improvement through 2025 beginning in the second quarter. Line of sight exists to realize volume-driven discounts across our ecosystem later in the second quarter, and further benefit is expected as greater sterile fulfillment capacity from our facilities comes online throughout the year. Third, we remain committed to ensuring that our voice is heard during the most culturally relevant moments across America and expect to continue to have a significant voice for the most pertinent issues across healthcare relevant to our platform. Our expectation is that we will maintain a 1-year payback period on our investments while executing these activities. Additionally, we have high confidence in our ability to continue driving between 1 to 3 points of marketing leverage per annum as a result of,
Order
first,
filled.
an increasing amount of our spend becoming
Order
semi-fixed
cancelled.
in nature. Second, an ability to draw a broader audience and retain them as a result of high-quality personalized solutions available on the platform. Third, an increasing amount of customers acquired organically and through lower-cost channels as a result of historical investments in our brand, as well as entry into specialties more conducive to word-of-mouth referrals. And lastly, the continued maturation of additional subscriber cohorts on our platform. Marketing leverage is an instrumental component of our path toward margins of at least 20% by 2030,
filled.
which we believe we are on track to achieve. Lastly, we expect long-term revenue retention to remain above 85% as subscribers engage with personalized products across more specialties. Ongoing subscriber adoption of personalized solutions present both acquisition and retention benefits across each of our specialties. Recent trends give us confidence that each of our specialties will deliver more than $100 million of revenue in 2025. Capabilities that were built organically, as well as recently acquired, provide a path toward an exciting future for Hims and Hers in 2025 and beyond.
Order filled.
Investments that we make in 2025 will position us to transform the way millions of individuals
Order
optimize
filled.
their health through the examples that Andrew highlighted for our long-term vision. Our ability to drive these strong results would not be possible without the dedication of over 1,000 employees across Hims and Hers. I'd like to thank them, as well as all of our customers and partners that support us in our mission of helping the world feel great through the power of better health. We appreciate the support of our subscribers and shareholders and look forward to keeping you updated on our progress. With that, I will now turn the call back over to Bill to kick off Q&A with 2 questions from our retail community.
Thanks, Yemi, and thank you to all the investors that sent us questions over the weekend. It's clear that that part of the investor base continues to expand, and we're excited to more regularly engage with this part of the group. To get things started, this was a top question from the Hims House, a retail community dedicated to Hims that is growing in popularity. The question is, what are the top 3 to 4 strategies that will allow Hims to reach tens of millions of subscribers on its platform, and what is the rough time frame for reaching this goal?
Thanks, Bill, and thanks, Hims House. It's been fun to watch you guys grow as a community. I think 10 million subs on the platform to me feels, really quite in reach, and I think, frankly, pretty straightforward from a growth standpoint. If you look at historical growth over the last 5 to 6 years, my optimistic hope and personally ambition would be to try to achieve this in the next 5 to 6 years. I think the top strategies are the ones, frankly, that the business is operating against today, which is, first to expand the categories and the specialties on the platform. So you'll see deeper segmentation, more indications. I think the lab testing acquisition this past week is something that will massively accelerate that breadth of conditions. The second, I think, is a broad expansion of the personalized treatments on the platform. And as we talked about in the prepared remarks, my ambition is really to go from a place where we have, 300 personalized treatments, which exist today on the platform, to a place in the not so distant future where you've got thousands of treatment variations. And this is, hyper-personalization across dosing, side effect mitigation, multi-condition support, vitamin supplementation, and ultimately form factor, which we know has a massive adherence contribution. So I think as you expand those personalized treatments, you're unlocking different groups of people who feel like there's something on the platform that better represents their needs. And then I think lastly, there's going to be a real accelerated investment in technology that's going to be necessary to empower this type of scale. Right now, as I shared, we're powering north of 10,000 visits on the platform. per day. You need to be able to power 20 and 30 and 40,000 visits on the platform per day. And so there's a real necessary investment across decision-making tools for providers to help them be more efficient and more precise, more long-term capabilities with AI that allow the customer to have a higher touch experience after they've been treated, and more handheld throughout the long term of their journey. And so all of that, I think, is kind of the big areas. We're very excited from a technology standpoint to have our CTO, joining and be able to share more about that offer in the next couple of weeks.
Thanks, Andrew. We kind of on that last point, we received a lot of questions on AI and its applications on the platform. This one comes from Stephen W., who asks, how is HIMSS leveraging AI and data analytics to enhance the telehealth offerings today, as well as the personalized treatments and drive increased efficiency in the healthcare ecosystem? Are there plans for AI-driven diagnostics or automation to improve patient outcomes?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen, for the question. Absolutely. Across both of those, both diagnostics and long-term patient outcome management, I think increasingly AI is at the core of everything that we're discussing as a management team. What we are building, I believe, is possibly the most powerful data set in healthcare because it's really the only at scale, fully verticalized end-to-end system. So we are, overseeing and managing not only the initial patient intake, but the diagnostic component, the treatment component, the long-term relationship to chronic care, the adjustment to treatments, and ultimately whether or not the outcome is delivered. And so that data set, delivers a really powerful flywheel. I think what you'll see from a diagnostic standpoint is real investments in MedMatch, the ability to more precisely identify diagnosis for patients, but also personalized treatments for patients. I think you'll obviously see lab work be built into MedMatch in a way that expands the range of diagnostic capabilities and treatment capabilities. And then lastly, I think on that follow-up care side and on the patient improvement side, I think you'll see us meaningfully change the status quo for what it looks like to be a Hims and Hers customer long term. One of the things that I think about a lot as an entrepreneur is what are things that the ultra rich have access to, and then how can we broaden that and give that to everybody? So things that people have are on-demand therapists, right? They've got nutritionalists, they have fitness coaches, they have meditation coaches. These are people that are in your life, helping you to live healthier lifestyles. I think we are capable of building incredible AI versions of all of those coaches, which really change the paradigm for how easy it is to change the lifestyle dynamics in your house, and ultimately expand that to tens of millions of more people down the line. Now, at the end of all of this, I think what is maybe even the most exciting from an AI standpoint is as we build these fairly proprietary models internally and validate them internally across our data set, I think there's one day the opportunity to open this up and in partnership actually help power the existing legacy healthcare systems, and help transform those legacy healthcare systems to actually be able to deliver the Hims and Hers quality and experience and personalization at scale. And I think that ambition is really exciting for us because it means that we're not only changing healthcare for the customers that are coming to Hims and Hers, but we're also one day possibly helping power the rest of the system in delivering great healthcare to others.
Great. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks again to all who sent in questions. We look forward to hearing from you again next quarter. And with that, I'll pass it back to the operator and we can begin the regular way Q&A.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the question and answer session. As we move into the Q&A session, we ask that you please limit your input to one question and one follow-up. At this time, I would like to remind everyone to ask a question, press the star button followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, please press pound key or star 2. One moment, please, for your first question. Your first question comes from the line of Maria Ripps of
Order
Canaccord.
partially filled.
Please go ahead.
Order filled.
Great. Congrats on strong results, and thanks so much for taking my questions. First, I just wanted to ask about GLP-1 personalization. Can you maybe just help us understand some of the mechanics around assessing new patients when deciding if they're good candidates for personalized semaglutide dosing? I guess, especially for some of the patients that are new to GLP-1s and maybe haven't had experience with side effects, I guess, what's your approach to understanding if someone needs a personalized solution versus some patients sort of being attracted to more affordable prices?
Hey, Maria, that's a great question. I think first off, we see a lot of patients that come onto the platform that have already experienced GLP-1s. And I think there's no shortage of data to support this. I think a huge portion of the population has started, tried, and unfortunately, turned off of them. And that data is quite public. A lot of it, as we've talked about, muscle loss concerns, extreme nausea, extreme vomiting. So what we do from a medical standpoint in partnership with our clinical advisors and clinical leaders is build the information and intake to allow for essentially an understanding of their existing situation, whether or not they've tried them before, their side effect sensitivities, their nausea sensitivities. There's a tremendous amount of personalization with these medications with regard to actual goal weight loss, right? No individual body is the same. No individual person has the same ideal health outcomes. And so I think the idea of a single dose regimen for this medication, especially given the extreme side effect nature of it and also the extreme efficacy of it, is actually really well tailored. So with all of that information, that then gets piped into the EMR within the platform, served up to the provider, and in partnership with the provider's expertise and their experience, as well as MedMatch, which is able to educate the provider on similar patients with similar dynamics and how they've had great outcomes. Those decisions can be made between the patient and the provider.
Great. That's very helpful. And then can you maybe talk about how the short ending could impact the competitive setup and some of the dynamics among platforms that have been offering compounded semaglutide?
Yeah, I mean, we are pretty clear with regard to what the regulations state. So my expectation is most parties in market that have been offering commercial available doses of semaglutide will cease to do that in the next couple of months. Again, the FDA outlines very clearly when you can and cannot compound, one, during a shortage, which has now indicated is no longer. And then second, when there's a clinical necessity for that personalization through the A facilities. So I think on an ongoing basis outside of the next quarter, as commercial doses come out of the market, you'll see probably a smaller amount of personalization happening through the A for those that are clinically requiring that level of tailoring.
Got it. That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Your next question comes from the line of Craig Hettenbach of Morgan Stanley. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Outside of semaglutide, can you talk about just rough expectations for liraglutide in terms of possible timing for this year? And then also an update on the oral weight loss drugs. You've mentioned on prior calls as well, the 100 million run rate. Just, are you sustaining some of that momentum or, what's the latest on the oral side?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Craig. We see the oral business continue to remain incredibly strong. And so the guidance of expecting at least 725 million of revenue contribution from our weight business effectively excludes any contribution from the commercially available dosages of semaglutide.
As a Jewish man, when I heard that
we set the guidance
releasing those
typically based upon what we have line of sight to today. There's a few things that we do know hold true, and we've seen the oral business benefit as a result of it.
Oh God, that's a good deal.
We know that our subscribers value the benefits the platform brings beyond the medication. Consumers are very motivated to lose weight and have a holistic platform to do so. We also know that consumers are looking for help and treatments from platforms that they do trust. So those are the elements behind one of the reasons why the oral weight loss was able to scale so quickly. We see continued momentum even when we had personalized or compounded commercially available dosages of semaglutide on the platform. Oral offering continue to remain quite popular as a result of broader eligibility requirements and as a result of many consumers just being candidly more comfortable with the modality. And so, as we look to what 2025 looks like, we do expect a continued meaningful contribution from our oral business. We're excited for liraglutide to come later this year. We expect those to be foundational pieces of the overall ecosystem for our weight loss specialty that can be supplemented, as Andrew mentioned, by the subset of consumers for whom personalized dosages of compounded semaglutide are an effective solution for.
Got it. And then just as a follow-up on the HERS platform reaching 30% of the business, outside of GLP-1, can you maybe just give some color in terms of some of the key categories that are driving traction on the HERS side?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're seeing HERS really benefit from, first and foremost, is just many of the learnings that we had around marketing effectiveness from HIMSS, as well as strategies around personalization. We also brought over to HERS. What we also do see is that many of the categories for HERS are visible in nature. So things, in dermatology that are inclusive of both skincare as well as hair loss prevention for women remain incredibly popular. And so that is one of our fastest scaling specialties. We also, as we talked around at various points last year, see a very successful mental health business that is also thriving underneath HERS as well. And then the full ecosystem of weight, we're seeing that gain traction across both HERS and HIMSS. And so really we're seeing a healthy composition across multiple specialties driving the acceleration of HERS. And a large part of that is it's benefiting from many of the learnings that we had on the HIMSS side of being able to bring those over and drive faster acceleration to the HERS brand.
Got it. Thank you.
Your next question comes from the line of Eric Percher of Nephron Research. Please go ahead.
Thank you. A question on the transition beyond commercial semaglutide. Maybe question one, what happens to the patients and subscribers currently on the commercial product? How do you think about supporting them, and what portion do you expect would be viable for personalization?
Yeah, that's a great question, Eric. I would suspect we will have to start notifying customers in the coming month or two that they will need to start looking for alternative options on the commercial dosing. Obviously, we have the expansive platform, whether it's the oral medications that are already out there, or if there is some reason that this patient would qualify for some level of personalization that exists. But I would suspect, just being very direct, that a lot of those patients will try to go into the open market and try to secure a branded option in some form factor. So, that transition is inevitable. I think that transition is going to have to take place and has been built into the guidance that Yemi provided.
And as you look out toward the end of the year, when you have Lyra and are building on personalization, do you have a feel for what portion of the weight loss population may be spread across those? Yemi, I might also ask you, I think we have $725 million as the goal this year. We know $229 last year for GLP-1, 100 for weight loss. Can you help us on the equivalent, or at least 100 for weight loss? Can you help us on the equivalent to that number of 725?
Yeah, I think what we're, what we would expect as we look to, the end of this year, given the fact that, we, as Andrew mentioned, are one of the platforms that has the ability to provide data insights to consumers. We also are a trusted and affordable brand. We do expect to see the oral based offering be quite popular, given the fact that, many other platforms will no longer be offering commercially available dosages of semaglutide. We are likely to receive benefits from that across both of our specialties on the oral side as well as liraglutide. And so I think that the competitive advantages that have served as a foundation for how we've been able to scale specialties in the past, the trusted brand, the value that we bring to consumers beyond the medication, will be a critical component of maintaining our existing ecosystem of subscribers, but then also continuing to draw a broader set of subscribers to the platform.
I would add there, Eric, one thing we talked about last quarter, I think, is, again, as Yemi mentioned, the platform's capability to deliver a more comprehensive offering, higher touch care, increased personalization, whatever the actual medications are, is delivering what we believe is really fantastic results. And so even when you think about the oral medications, which I think a lot of people forget, that's a category with that type of personalization that is delivering, I believe we shared 10% weight loss at, more than or less than half the cost of the semaglutide, right? Both the commercial and the personalization. And so I think there's a real group of a real group of customers out there, and I think it's overwhelmingly the majority, that is looking for handheld care. And we can help achieve weight loss in different ways and different mechanisms with different treatments. But I think that's why there's a strong degree of confidence in the delivery of that 700 plus this year without the branded medications or the commercial doses. Just because I think what we see under the hood is patients really need help. They want to be cared for. They want that high touch, and that's really what the platform is able to deliver for them.
Thank you.
Your next question comes from the line of Daniel Grosslight of Citi. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking the question. I just had a numbers question here on the GLP-1 contribution this quarter. So it seems like for the full year, you guys were at, Yemi, did you say 225 million or so of GLP-1 contribution? In my model, and frankly, I could be off in my model, but I had you doing around 75 million in 2Q and 3Q. So that would put the fourth quarter GLP revenue, somewhere in that $150 million range, which would be a pretty nice step up quarter over quarter. But then it does also imply very limited or even declining sequential growth in non-GLP revenue from 3Q to 4Q. So just wanted to put a finer point on GLP-1 contribution in the fourth quarter specifically. And then maybe.
Hey guys, I'm going to take this meeting.
The quarter-over-quarter trend.
This HIMSS call took a turn for the worse.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question.
So I'll catch you guys
so I think across
tomorrow.
the year, both on the full year basis as well as within quarters, the vast majority of the revenue